down your bow. You may call me Eleonora Viltaria. Your turn.
Lord Tigra Vermid Vorn.
Very well. From this day forward, you are now my property.
Bertrand! Lord Mashas! The battle... it was terrible. So that's a war maiden. From the sound of it, I've got 5 shots.
The last brutish survivor's mine!
Oh, rats, come on. I could have used that horse to ride out of here. 7 nights. That hare. The war maiden. If I kill her right now myself, perhaps they'll stop hunting brunish survivors. All right. Range 300 Elsins. Easy. Guide my arrow, Eris, goddess of wind.
Down your bow.
War had broken out between the kingdoms of Brune and Shekted, and the Dainan plains that lay between the two lands would see the decisive battle. So it was that the Brunish army, with an overwhelming advantage in numbers, established camp. There wasn't a man among them who thought they could lose.
Of course.
Wow, I didn't know you'd be here, Vorn.
My greetings, from one lord to another. Lord Zion Thenardier, I too have answered His Majesty's call to defeat the
Such a
Shekted.
demure way of talking back. What good are you here among men like us? The poor fool is built like a feather and covered in rags.
Leather armor? Shouldn't a nobleman at least dress the part?
And that bow. The weapon of a peasant!
No, Lord Zion!
Are you hurt? What gives you the right to bend my bow?
You're pathetic. A bow and arrow is a coward's weapon.
Oh, Vorn. Why don't you admit the reason you use a bow is because you're not strong enough to wield a real weapon? You're a boy pretending to be a soldier. And having an old man for an attendant only makes you that much more of a disgrace. In battle, there's only one way to defend Brune. You should be training with a man's weapon.
Maybe this can wait. I hate to interrupt this eloquent lecture, but they're handing out the evening's wine rations now. I assume your talking has made you quite thirsty. Go fill your goblet, please.
I appreciate the assist. Thanks, Lord
Happy to do so.
Guess I couldn't help escalating things, but You saved me from a nasty fight.
If you ask me, I envy Duke Ganelon.
What? Why?
For using this war as a pretense to raise taxes, and for taking his enemy's daughters.
That's true. Duke Thénardier is just as crafty, making subjects donate their liquor as a sacrifice to the gods. And both are torching the homes of anyone who holds out.
That's nothing. I've heard that to set an example to others. Duke Thénardier is forcing family members to take up swords and fight to the death.
How entertaining!
Not worth it.
Are those stories they're telling true?
The men in question wouldn't deny it. It's news to you because you don't travel through the middle of the kingdom very often.
And the king?
His Majesty has something in mind for them, I'm sure.
Like a punishment?
And even if he can't, I'm sure in time Prince Regnus will possess the strength.
You've been sleeping long enough.
Is it late?
It's almost noon.
That's a strange way of waking people up.
Well, having to wake a slave by shoving a sword down his throat is a first for me, too. How can you lose a battle, become a prisoner, and still sleep without a care in the world?
It's one of my magic powers. So, this is the kingdom of Jicted?
Lady Eleonora would like to see you.
What? No! But how could Jicted capture him so easily?
We suffered a total rout in a sneak attack. Tigra couldn't flee in time, but he fought well.
But I thought that... I heard our forces outnumbered Jicted 5-1. How could we lose so decisively?
You're right. We had an army 25,000 strong to only their 5,000. It was a mighty force His Majesty had assembled in honor of the prince's debut campaign.
Lord Tigra was so ready. He had 100 brave bannermen following him into battle.
The battle wasn't the only thing lost. Of those 100 men, 7 are dead and 30 injured. And most of those were trampled by our own fleeing allies.
We received the following demand from the enemy leader. Unless we deliver a ransom within 50 days, Tigra will become Jicted's property forever.
How much do they want? Even if it's exorbitant, I'm sure we can get the villagers to chip in.
They demand 3 times the yearly revenue of the province of Alsace, or something of comparable value.
Be reasonable. That's way too high.
Too bad. The Kingdom of Brune has 50 days to comply with our ransom demand after receiving it. Time's a-wasting. If the full amount we've requested is not delivered to me in accordance with the treaty, you will officially become my property for me to do with as I see fit. This I swear in the name of Radagast, god of honor and contracts.
Well, all right. This is why you stuck your sword in my mouth and brought me here, so I could hear your crazy greed with my own ears.
Now. There's more to our talking than ransom. I have something special only you can do for me.
That's 2 now that he's missed.
You better be taking this seriously.
I am, don't worry.
Is this your first time with a bow, sir?
Now that's cutting with a knife, Yorick.
Of all the prisoners, why would the War Maiden bring back this weak?
Looks like he's gonna keep embarrassing himself. Useless and a glutton
This
for
entire
punishment.
demonstration is a farce.
His first shot was way too short. His second was way too long.
That means on his 3rd try, he'll shoot himself in the foot.
I've got a feel for this bow's limits. Here goes. Get down! Assassin!
Arifal. I want him skinned alive.
I mean, no insult, but can they take him alive?
Who do you think you are telling me what to do here?
Fine, then I'll hit his foot.
His aim is unreal. And he did it with a bad bow, too.
He hit a moving target from well over 300 Halcyons away.
Just so we're clear, do you want me to keep shooting?
I think I've seen enough. You're quite a talent, Lord Tigra Vermid Vorn. My apologies for yesterday.
Wait, for what?
The bow they gave you. It was never my intention for you to receive one that shoddily constructed.
So, you weren't trying to make me look bad. It was shoddy Jicted craftsmanship.
No, the 3 men who made the bow did want to sabotage you. I'll have them beheaded.
Whoa, hold on! It was a harmless prank. No one got hurt.
That was more than a prank. They wanted to humiliate you and bring dishonor to your people and your family. Custom demands that they pay for the scheme with their lives.
Then I beg you, please show them mercy.
This one time.
So, what was the point of having me show off my skills in the first place?
You see,
The War Maiden fell for me at first sight?
That's right. You could call it battlefield passion, an affection that only comes between close enemies. You know how people love gossiping about palace intrigue. And they're not wrong to do so. I really am mad for you, you know.
For me?
Not for your looks or personality. I'm attracted to your skill with the bow and arrow. But anyway, I guess some of my men heard the gossip and were feeling a bit jealous of you. Instead of finding a place for you by my side, they'd rather I kill you.
killing him would probably be the easiest thing, but that's just my opinion.
The army ranks are full of hotheads. I thought having you show off your skills would be the quickest way to change their opinions of you. Ultimately, it was effective. And one more thing, since I'm being honest. Beyond your bow skills, the reason I took you prisoner at the Dynant Plains was not for a ransom. Mostly, it was because I found you entertaining.
Entertaining how? In a battle?
Despite the win, that battle was still nasty business. As well as being a complete and total waste. We numbered just 5,000, against your side's 25. I braced myself for a brutal battle. From the start of our charge, the battle should have gone on a day.
You say that like you're disappointed.
I prepared a number of plans I was excited to try. And yet your side collapsed from my first plan right as the battle began.
Your first plan, huh? Nighttime sneak attack.
Thanks to the reconnaissance our scouts had carried out, we surprised the Brunish rearguard and scattered their troops. In that melee, the Brunish prince was killed.
You mean Prince Regnus?
Were you two close friends?
Not at all. I only met him once in my whole life.
Do you hold his death against me?
It happened in battle. I killed some of your men myself, you know.
Yes, I'm sure. Once news of his death got around, the Brunish army came apart at the seams. I didn't want them to regroup for another day, so I pursued, cutting them down as they fled. And so it was, all my great plans went unused. But in that moment, you flew onto the scene. In spite of your allegiances, I didn't want to kill you. Brune's army turned out to be a paper tiger, but you kept your courage and stayed in the fight, even tried to shoot me down with your bow. I have a weakness for such metal, so I brought you to Light Merits and Jicted. Lim, are you holding a grudge against him for what happened on the battlefield?
I promise the battle had nothing to do with it.
I'm not sure I believe that. Remember that first horse you shot down? Lim was the rider.
Why don't we start over? I am the War Maiden's bodyguard, Limalicia. Count Tigra Vermid Vorn. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hello?
You Now, if I'm being honest, your name, it sounds like a mouthful for a traditional Brunishman. Is there a fun story behind it?
Well, it's the name of one of my ancestors. If it's too hard to say, you can always call me Tigra.
Tigra it is, and feel free to call me Ellen. I also think that we
Lady Eleonora.
Tigra, will you serve under me? I will treat you as a count, just as you were in Brune. And valor you show in combat will be honored like that of any other pure-born Jicted warrior.
Thanks, but no. I'm honored you would ask, and I'm pretty sure an offer like this would never happen if the roles were reversed in Brune.
So why are you refusing to take my hand?
I already have a home I need to get back to, one I swore to protect. Alsace. It's a Brunish province I inherited from my father.
Oh, Lord Tigra, don't die on me.
You must stop shaving your head, Rierik. That shiny orb is going to blind somebody. Plus, the look's not doing your handsome features any favors.
I'll say this for the last time. For trying to embarrass you on the archery range, the War Maiden made me sacrifice my gorgeous hair as penance. By all rights, my head should be on the chopping block. But Lord Tigra Vermit Vorn, since I've been allowed to live thanks in part to you, I shall continue to make this offering. And I honestly admire your bow skill. It puts my own abilities to shame. You're a master, and I, a foolish novice who tried to humiliate you.
Okay.
So please, don't ask me to cease my
You can
penance.
stand up now. I'm sorry I brought it up.
There they go again. I've never seen a man as polite as Master Rierik. Agreed, and Lord Tigra Vermit's marksmanship does deserve that praise. He's very impressive. And cute.
I eat this every day, and it's always great.
I sometimes forget how foreign you are. There's nothing special about this food. It's standard soldier fare.
And that's the best part. Whenever I get back home, it'll be easy enough for Tina to make.
How does he hit with 3 arrows at once?
Maybe he's a magic archer.
Lord Tigra, please give us another lesson soon.
Of course. Finally fitting in around here. But a prisoner is still a prisoner. Is that a baby dragon? I've never seen one.
That's my pet. His name is Looney. Hello.
Sorry, I didn't see anything. I had found this place when walking around before. I didn't think anyone else used it. So...
There's nothing to be sorry about. After all, you came here to bathe too, right? Now turn around and look me in the eyes.
So, here in your country, it's custom for men and women to take baths in front of each other?
Actually, it's not. I'm not saying I'm not embarrassed. But I'm a war maiden, aren't I? If I'm caught off guard, even naked, I can't run away and cower like a shy country girl. Even if deep down my brain's telling me to do just that. I want you, Lord Tigra.
This place is just so different. She says she wants me.
The guards have seized an old man with a Brunish accent.
Bertrand!
Oh, young master. Thank goodness you're safe.
Thank goodness you're safe.
So you do know this sad old man?
Yes, of course I do. Bertrand's been my attendant since I was just a kid.
My lord, there's no time to reminisce. Thenardier has gathered a force and is marching on your province of Alsace. They number 3,000 men.
He's doing what?
Get back here! You can't leave, you're our prisoner!
Good evening, Tigra. Where do you think you're going?
Get out of my way.
You summoned me, Father?
There's something I'd like you to handle for me if you're up to the task. Take 3,000 of our troops and march them towards Alsace.
Alsace? The territory of that miserable Vorn who got himself taken prisoner? Why would I
have for you a parting gift of sorts. We're not quite done breaking them in yet. But if you take them into battle today, they will perform magnificently.
I get my own dragons? How exciting. You just watch me, Vorn. I'm going to burn your precious homeland down to the ground.
Good evening, Tigra. Where do you think you're going?
Get out of my way.
So that's a Shikted war maiden.
Correct. She is our mistress, Wind Princess of the Silver Flash, also known as Danseuse of the Sword, Lady Eleonora Viltaria.
What? Do you have a problem with the way I'm dressed? And after I put on some clothes just so you could look at me without blushing like a schoolboy.
I have to get back to Alsace. It's urgent.
Have you forgotten your situation, my lord?
Thenardier's attacking my homeland. If I don't go now, it'll be too late. Please let me go. Once I save them, I'll come back. I promise.
And when you get to Alsace, what will you do?
What'll I do? I'll protect the province, of course.
Yes, but how?
How?
I know that you're very good with a bow. But how much can you do on your own? Despite all your skill and resolve, you can't stop a force of 3,000. It's just a fool's errand.
I'm aware.
And yet you still want to go.
Yes, I must. Maybe there's something I can do.
What can a reckless and impulsive man like you possibly do? As you know, the penalty for running away is death. If you're so eager to die, you may as well meet your end here. Dying in Light Merits would be no different than dying in Alsace, after all.
So I can't leave? You won't allow me to?
Do you even understand why I'm so upset about this? Why not use your wits? At Dynant you tried to turn things to your advantage, and though you failed, at least you were clever about it. But here in this instance, you'd act on emotion without thought, even though it means certain death.
I don't know what else to tell you. Why hasn't she just run me through? She could have commanded Ryurik and the others to apprehend me. But she hasn't.
Young master.
Perhaps Ellen is trying to offer me an opportunity. Then help me. Please, lend me your army.
Is he crazy? He's a hostage.
much. That was so stupidly brazen, it's actually refreshing. You want me to lend you an army? Very well. But of course it's going to cost you.
The price?
All of Alsace.
If you save her, she's yours. As long as you promise to rule her fairly and protect her people.
What, no haggling?
It's settled. Raise the Zirnitra banners! On to battle!
I was taken aback. It took some nerve asking you to supply him with troops.
Seems he's defied both our expectations. You predicted that Tigra would challenge me to an archery contest. Meanwhile, I thought that he'd ask me to make him one of my attendants.
And considering he hasn't made that request, it would appear you lost the wager. I'm afraid you were wrong about him, my lady. But of course I was as well.
Not sure it still counts as a bet if neither of us is right. He's here. You're going into battle dressed like that? You do realize you're basically the commander of an army now, right?
Well, this is all that I have.
You are a mess. Here, this'll have to do. We're out of time. But we can at least neaten up your hair a little so you don't look quite so disheveled.
Thank you.
Here, I want to help.
Hey, is this really necessary?
Find it. Well, I guess that's it. What's wrong? I know you're probably overwhelmed with appreciation right now, but you could say something. Like how beautiful.
I've wanted to say that ever since I first saw you.
Their army! It's much larger. Can we really beat them?
Yes, but they don't know the land. Nobody from their house has been to Alsace in ages, and that does matter. Trust me, I know the province like the back of my hand.
We have that going for us. All right then, let's win this!
That's it. Slowly, so they can get a good look. Think long and hard about whether you side with the House of Thenardier or the House of Ganelon. All you citizens of Brune.
So that's the reason you sent Lord Zion to Alsace.
Now that Prince Regnus has been struck down, it's left a power vacuum with no successor capable of ruling as king. Soon control of Brune will be mine, or it will all go to Ganelon. The struggle between us is only a matter of time. Alsace, it's a land of no importance or value, and too far removed from the center of things. But Ganelon may try to take it, and that's reason enough.
So now you'll reduce it to ashes? Still, sending 3,000 soldiers to such a remote location, not to mention the dragons.
I'm sending a message to the weaker provinces. And besides, I wanted the dragons to become accustomed to Zion.
Head for the mountains or the woods!
Take refuge in the temple! You'll be safe! No one would dare attack you there!
I'll find a way to halt Ganelon's movement, whatever it takes. Bertrand, you should go to Jekted. Fill Tigra in so he knows what's going on here.
Just leave it to me. I won't return without the young master.
Tita, you go work with the soldiers to help evacuate all the residents. Send the strong to the mountains or woods. Everyone else to the temple. Not even Thenardier would dare make an enemy of the temple at this point.
Yes!
Go on, Tita. Shouldn't you be leaving the city as well?
No, I'm staying here. I want to be at Lord Tigra's door to greet him when he returns home.
Every time I look at that bow, I think something about it just feels so ostentatious.
Lord Tigra, don't think like that. It's a precious family heirloom, left to you by your ancestors.
Which is why I pay my respects, as I did today and every day. It's been 2 years now since Father died. I'm still not much of a feudal lord, but at least I've got Bertrand here. And you, Tita. It's only because of you two that we're getting by as well as we are.
Whoa, what's come over you all of a sudden today? Oh no, are you feeling alright?
I'm grateful.
No, stop! Don't act so serious. It makes me feel like something bad's going to happen.
The young master will be here soon, though he's probably catching hell from Tita right now for sleeping in.
But why, sir? I don't understand why you have to go off and fight in this silly war.
Because His Majesty called us. As a count in the Kingdom of Brune, and head of the House of Vorn, I must.
Yes, but...
It's fine. The army's huge. I'm sure they'll just put us all the way in the rear guard. I'll come back, I swear.
Lord Tigra? You're coming back? You're coming back to us, aren't you? You promised. Lord Tigra!
With a pathetic town as flea-bitten as this one, there's just not enough thrill in destroying it. Now, it might be another story if we could use the dragons, but I can't disobey my father.
The dragons are not yet accustomed to all the smells that are found in villages. Be sure to keep them outside the walls.
Are you mad? Then why am I even bringing them?
Use your head. You use the dragons to scare them, and not just in Alsace. This is a warning to all of Brune. Go against Thénardier, and you will be forfeiting your future.
What do you mean there's nobody in the town?
It appears most of them fled into the forest, while the rest are holed up inside the temple. What would you like us to do, sir?
Temple's off limits. If we attack this one, we'll be inviting all of Brune's temples to turn against us. No, leave them be. The Vorn home, eh?
No, Lord Tigra. Watch over me. And give me courage. Get out of here.
Oh. Well, aren't you a pretty little thing?
Please just leave.
Huh? I'm not sure I heard you right. Seems that Vorn imbecile is terrible at training his maids, too. Now go on. Say it again.
Just leave.
What's that?
I said get the hell out of here! This estate and everything in this town belong to Lord Tigra. So don't you dare lay a finger on any of it. You heard me. Now get out. Get out of here now.
What's wrong? You should get up and run away, or next time I'll cut off your legs. Are we done playing this game of cat and mouse?
Lord Tigra.
Now what do we have here? Sounds like the little maid is harboring secret feelings for her master.
No, it's not like that! Lord Tigra.
Poor girl. I imagine your precious master Vorn has failed to pay his ransom and, as we speak, is likely being sold into slavery. Shall I do the same with you? If you're lucky, perhaps you'll be reunited. Two slaves together. You can fulfill your fantasies.
No, you're wrong! Lord Tigra is coming back!
Now isn't that adorable? Yes, go ahead. Scream and moan all you like. You can even call it his name. I don't mind.
Lord Tigra.
You are quite reckless. I don't mean to rub it in or anything, but if I weren't here with you, you'd be hurting pretty badly.
The wind. So that's it. Your power.
That's right. This sword controls the wind, and is only wielded by war maidens. This is Arifai. Seems to have taken a liking to you.
Zion.
Zion?
The eldest son of the House of Thenardier, and next in line to lead it.
So he's their commander.
Forward! Yes, sir!
Lord Tigra.
Yes, Tita?
Lord Tigra!
Hey, wait a second. Why were you still here?
In case anything were to happen here, I at least wanted to be able to save this for you.
You fool! You should have gone and hidden with the rest.
But there was no way I could do that!
Tita.
You left me here! It's my duty to watch over this place while you were away, so I couldn't just abandon it! Even though I was scared. So scared. But through it all, I believed in you!
Thank you.
You're making me jealous. So she's more of your type then, is she?
Lord Tigra, who are all of these people?
Can you fight?
Of course. Watch me.
Zernitras! Charge! Tigra, come on!
Right. My bow. It just happened.
Lord Tigra. Now is the time.
Use this bow only when you truly require it.
I I suppose that's right now.
Don't let even one soldier escape! We'll make sure they get what's coming to them!
Yes, Lord Urus. The young master's finally done it. Picked up the black bow.
A black bow handed down through the ages has finally been taken up by the young Tigra as he goes off to battle. The enemy numbers 3,000, his allies a third of that. Which side will fortune favor?
While fighting here in Alsace, we struck down 300 knights. Those who managed to retreat and evade our pursuit are probably regrouping with the main Thenardier force as we speak.
What about their commander, Lord Zion?
Unfortunately, he's one of the men who escaped.
Damn. Missed opportunity. If we believe that his force started at 3,000, that means they're still 2,700 strong.
The bare minimum needed to protect this town is 100. That leaves us just 900 for battle.
Bottom line, they still outnumber us 3 to 1. How far do you think Zion will flee?
Probably to here. In the Molsheim Plains. The terrain will help make their knights more effective in combat.
Good. Then that's where we shall meet them. They'll pay for what they've done.
Let's finish the job.
Wait, that was a Zhekted army? That's insane! What would they be doing all the way over here? Vorn. Wait a second, now I see it. It's him! He's the one behind this! That inexperienced, arrow-loving little boy! Send out more scouts! They're not to return until they know the size of the Zhekted army! Sir! And I'm certain he's the one who betrayed our position at the Dainan Plains, too! That treacherous, arrow-shooting, pink-haired rat! You watch, Vorn. You're done disrespecting me.
Lord Zion Thenardier divided his remaining 2,700 men into 3 groups. The first numbered 700. These were light infantry, armed with bows and spears. The second group was comprised of 1,000 heavy knights in steel-plate armor and carrying lances. The last 1,000 formed the main battle force, a traditional Brunish company trained to fight and win on grassy plains. And then there were his trump cards. Zion's 2 dragons.
If it's frayed, we'll weave it again! We're collecting rope! It's to fight Thenardier!
Good luck.
Thank you, every little bit helps.
Lord Tigra will put it all to good use. Such a smart lad. That'll show those Thenardier goons not to mess with Alsace.
Whatever we can do to help Lord Tigra, we will.
Thanks for your loyalty.
Tigra and I will lead a company of 400 men. Liam, you're in command of the other 500. Hold out for an opening and then hit them hard. Anything you'd like to change?
Well, I think we could use some rope. Doesn't matter if it's old or frayed. We'll double it up. I just need a lot.
Some rope, okay.
I can handle that, no problem.
Are you sure?
I can ask all the townspeople. I'm happy to help.
I'm not going to say no.
you and Lord Tigra in some kind of secret romantic relationship, milady?
Well, he does sort of belong to me now.
Yes, she's right. Technically, for the time being.
Oh no, not just for the time being. By the terms of the treaty, you belong to me in perpetuity.
All right, that may be true on paper, but I think we can all agree beating Zion comes first right now.
I won't be outdone by her!
She won't be outdone.
Lady Eleonora.
Right, back to business.
In that case, what will you do with those spare horses we brought?
Spare horses?
We were planning to leave them in the town of Celestat. Is that a problem?
No, but I may have a better use for them.
For a Brunishman, he does have interesting ideas.
Young master!
You're here, at last!
Oh, be nice.
Ha ha ha! Being your arrow boy means I can't even wield a sword.
Don't worry. As long as you remain behind us, you won't be on the stabbing end of anything. Isn't that right?
That's right. Of course, I won't let you get hurt either, as long as I'm in this fight.
Although outnumbered by enemies, Lady Eleonora ordered 400 of her mounted knights to hit the Thenardier front lines. And she, along with Lord Tigra, will lead the charge. The two armies march toward one another, a clash of arms, a field of blood, mere seconds away.
Are you scared?
Sure, a little. But I'm more afraid that we might lose.
That's good to hear. I'm the same.
Bertrand! Aye!
This is revenge for the Diamond Blades!
Young master!
Thenardier forces marched their land dragon ahead using knights to bolster their flanks. Hemmed in, the Jekted cavalry can't pass the beast. The plains soon fill with their blood and echo with their screams.
Like armor. Thorn, your arrows can't save you now! That dragon is going to crush your skull and rip your limbs off! That is your fate as a traitor!
My lord, they're ambushing the second column's flank!
Your Dynan Plains tricks won't work this time! Send 400 men from the flying column.
Don't let up! It's going just as we planned.
Dividing the Jekted army in two pays off. Lim charges 400 men into the Thenardier flank. In the melee, a path clears for Ellen to face down the Land Dragon one-on-one.
I didn't expect to fight a dragon, so to mark the big day, I'll show you a very special move.
Ellen, what? That was something I didn't expect.
Of course you didn't. I don't play all of my cards at once. It's quite forceful, so I don't use it around people if I can avoid it.
Belay, Atmos.
Lim, the enemy is moving forces from its flying column.
Then that's our cue to fall back, just as we planned.
Yes, ma'am.
Zion sends 400 men to form a fast-moving infantry brigade known as a flying column. In response, Lim denies them a fight and withdraws her own force to the hills.
We have them on the run! Cut down those fools, and the battle will be ours!
Because you only look at who you're fighting, not where. Our foreign army wouldn't have collected what we did had Zion not treated his fellow Brunishmen so poorly. Lord Tigra Vermund Vorn has a close connection with the common folk of Alsace. And there's one more who trusts him.
It's almost time.
That's right. It's time for an ambush.
Enemy forces are behind us. A whole other army, 2,000.
2,000 men? I have barely 600 left in my main force. We're cut off in the rear and outnumbered.
There's still hope. Send in the Flying Dragon.
Do what? You idiot! She made mincemeat out of the Land Dragon! Split it, just like an apple! I'm not going to watch you do that to this one, too! After all, it's me my father will blame, not you! Think, Zion Thenardier, you could do this. What is a commander's first duty? The bravest thing I could do is to protect the... That's it! Save myself! Bring the second column around! We retreat now!
Lord Zion, sir, give us a chance to fight them off. If our knights on the front line can hold their ground long enough for us to regroup and strike, we can still get...
Shut up!
Sir, not in front of the men.
Get the knights to stand down right away! Do it!
What Zion had not realized, no, what he could not realize, was that the enemy troops to his rear were just 100 men. It was the horses that numbered 2,000. Lord Tigra used the terrain and setting sun to create the illusion of reinforcements.
Did you say retreat? We can still win this battle. What the hell's gotten into them?
Sir, there's a huge enemy force approaching from behind.
This order comes down from Lord Zion himself.
That idiot's son is an embarrassment.
Honor and duty meant the knights of the House of Thenardier had no choice but to obey. And with their sudden pullback from the front lines, the momentum shifts in Ellen and Tigra's favor.
They've broken through the second knight column!
The main force is starting to buckle too. All our lines are collapsing. Why didn't he send the dragon?
This is a bad dream. It's the only explanation. How else could that Ford? Stupid, arrogant boy defeat me! And now he's here?
You started this fight. You don't get to run away. Zion Thenardier.
Run away? Don't be ridiculous! How could you betray your country? You led the Jicted army right to the Brunish heartland! You really are descended from nothing but illiterate, cowardly huntsmen!
If you're blaming people, start with yourself.
How dare you!
You hurt your own innocent countrymen, burn their homes, steal their property. You're not a lord, you're just a thief.
My own countrymen? And what about those fools? They're just like plants. I can cut them down all I want and they'll grow right back. So why the hell do you care?
That bastard.
You're not helping your cause, Lord Zion, but it doesn't matter. You're unforgivable. You marched your army onto my land, tormented my people.
Disrespect me? You've got more nerve than sense. Thorn, I challenge you to a duel. You wanted a fight, didn't you? Don't try to run away.
He's gone insane. Wait, Tigra! You're not dueling him! All right. This battle is yours and yours alone.
Where's your weapon, traitor? I'm sure your new friends of the Jicted army would be happy to loan you a spear or a sword.
Here's the only weapon I need.
Is this a joke to you? You can't think you'll win a duel with just a bow and arrow. It's supposed to be one-on-one with swords.
Let's put it to a test.
Serious? You see? It's not for dueling. Keep on wasting those arrows, dummy. You're boring me, Vorn. It's impossible to have a real duel as long as you insist on using that coward's weapon. I'm ending this charade and your life. Your head is going on my lance. Ah! You had no honor in life, Vorn, and you'll get none in death.
Shield only as a moving target. Such a spectacle makes me want him even more.
Save Lord Zion!
Protect Lord Tigra! I wasn't sure how that would go.
Well, neither was I.
Alsace can enjoy the privilege of being crushed under my father's boot! I've got better things to do than die fighting you!
He's climbing too high and fast for my wind blades to reach.
Are we just going to stand here? Watch him fly away?
Shoot the dragon. I'll say it again. Shoot the dragon.
Did you just talk?
Tigra's bow your strength? Tigra Vermintborn has killed Zion Thenardier! The battle is won!
With its commander's death, the Thenardier army lost its will to fight and melted away into the countryside. And so it was that Alsace was successfully defended.
Finally, I knew you'd come back home to us. Lord Tigra! Good morning! What? Lord Tigra! You put a sword in his mouth to wake him up? Are you insane? You could have seriously injured him, you know.
Well, Lim told me it worked.
Hey, it's alright. I'm fine. I can still eat.
No, it's not all right.
So, anyway, what's this all about? You're up bright and early this morning, Ellen.
Oh, that's right. I have to set out for the royal capital of Shikted today. But before I left, I thought I'd see how you were feeling about everything that's happened.
That's a good question.
Once I appease the king, I'll come right back. Come to think of it, I'll need some soldiers. 100 or so.
Already taken care of. Yurik will lead them.
Ah, good, that's excellent. What's wrong?
My lady Eleonora, why do you place so much trust in the young lord?
Good question. The main reason's simple. He has such an awe-inspiring power. Besides, I don't find him unlikable. And neither do you.
I agree he does have a lot going for him, but I still do not trust him.
That's understandable. Regardless, please help him for me.
Whoa, what's with the outfit?
You're going to the Unavir township, right? Well, I thought I'd come with you. I packed us a lunch.
It's not a vacation. I'm checking in on them to see how they're holding up.
And I can help you.
But Tita...
Please.
Okay. I guess I did give you a scare before. Come on, let's go.
All right.
As a result of both the Thenardier and the Ganelon armies retreating, tranquility fell upon Alsace. However, the peace would be short-lived, for already each side was plotting the next move.
Damn Ganelon! Once he heard my army had been defeated, he pulled back his forces. Now he's waiting to see how I react.
So it would seem, Your Grace.
How soon will the new dragon be ready?
In roughly a month. In the meantime, what shall we do about Count Vorn and the Shikted War Maiden?
We'll use Serish against Vorn.
That infamous band of assassins? He's as good as dead.
As for the girl, we'll fight a war maiden with a war maiden.
Are you all okay?
Yes, we're fine thanks to you.
We all hid
hid in the forest just like we were told to do, my lord. And the soldiers walked right past us.
I'm glad to hear that.
Meanwhile, Ellen traveled to Silesia, the royal capital of Jicted, seeking an audience with King Victor.
Lift your head and look at me. Mistress of the Shining Demon Slayer, Eleonora Viltaria. Word has it, you led an army into Brunish land, without even bothering to ask for your king's permission to do so. Is this true?
It is just as you say, Your Majesty.
What reason did you have for this insubordination? Tell me. Based on your response, I will determine a suitable punishment for your reckless actions.
Because I was hired.
What's that? Did you say hired? Hired by whom?
Count Tigre Vermid Vorn, Your Majesty. A nobleman of Brune, and Lord of Alsace.
So what was this Count Vorn's objective? What did he hope to achieve?
He only wanted one thing. Peace in Alsace.
Blatant whitewashing. You would risk drawing my kingdom into a dangerous war merely so you could act as a mercenary?
If I may. Pardon me, Your Majesty.
Yes, Lady Sophia Obertus. Speak.
For the time being, I believe that Brune has little interest in involving our people in their internal conflict. Though soon, they will want to know what our true intentions are. When they inquire, we should be prepared to explain our position and what happened with Vorn. While it was indeed improper for her to take action without first gaining permission from Your Majesty, history has shown us repeatedly that battle always favors haste over caution.
Well, well, of all the people to run into. Going rogue, starting a war all on your own. I see you're still lacking any self-awareness as a war maiden, Eleonora Viltaria.
And I see you still haven't fully developed yet, Ludmila Lori. Hey, I know. If you drop the attitude and show me some respect, I'd be happy to show you how to enhance your height and ridiculously small breasts.
I don't need your help. Gee, you've become a real smartass lately. I mean, the nerve of you, the embodiment of rudeness and vulgarity, offering to teach anyone anything.
Really? My, what a pair you two make. How many times do I have to tell you girls not to quarrel with each other? She started it!
Did not you started it!
And by the way, Ellen, what are you still doing here? It seemed to me like you couldn't wait to leave the palace earlier. Oh, right. Thank you, Sophie. I'm glad you came to my defense back there. I really wasn't looking forward to having to cave in on this.
Cave in? Well, that's a little dramatic, isn't it?
I need to have a word with Sophie now. You can leave.
That poor Count Vorn. I feel sorry for him having to put up with such a brat like you.
Ellen, at the very least I can say that you've turned Ludmila against you with this little stunt. How so? Mila has a long and tangled past with Duke Thénardier. What? Mila and Thénardier, really? But that's absurd. Yes, it's quite true that she ordinarily wouldn't much care for a man like Duke Thénardier. In fact, it's safe to say she hates him. Then why? She's connected to the house of Thénardier. Those ties were formed long before she was born. You know, a young maiden like her would never let her personal feelings stand in the way. It's her duty. Duke Thénardier is not the only enemy that you and Count Vorn are up against. Ludmila Lori.
Tigra! Lord Tigra! Lord Tigra, it's time to get up. Let's go.
Come, son. Till the soil.
My hands hurt.
Tigra Vermid. We're here to respond in case anything bad happens. We serve so that these people can live out their lives in peace. That's the purpose of a feudal lord.
Father!
Don't forget who you are.
Father! Father! Father!
Father! Tita. Did you sleep okay?
I'm so sorry. I was waiting for the right time to wake you, and then I guess I must have dozed off.
It looks like we were both exhausted, huh? Sorry about that.
Oh no! If anyone should be sorry, it's me.
Don't worry. Thanks to you, I think I figured something out. Come on.
Sure.
What a fine day for hunting. Assuming nothing comes up.
I'll be by your side wherever you go. Just as you've come to my aid in the past, Lord Tigra. Now it's my turn to repay the favor and help you for a change.
Thanks, Tita. And I'll try to do my best, too. No. I will do my best. That horse. It's Lord Mashus.
So then he must be here, right?
Yes.
Perhaps now, Tigra, you could shed some light on what exactly is going on here. Of course, I understand. Lady Lemelicia, I apologize for greeting you and your men with suspicion when you arrived.
No, I apologize. You had every right to act cautiously. You saw foreign soldiers approaching you.
Lord Mashus, sorry to have alarmed you. And so soon after you arrived.
Don't worry about it. Nothing bad happened. Moving on, Tigra.
Yes?
In terms of what comes next.
I'll fight Duke Thenardier and defeat him.
So, you're siding with Duke Ganelon, then?
No. I have no intention of aligning with either of them.
And you came to this decision after thoroughly considering all options?
It's simple. My obligation is to defend Alsace and all the people who call it home. No, it's not just that. I want to defend them. I'm here to respond in case anything bad happens. I'm a feudal lord.
Afterward, Mashus would make his way to Brune's capital to petition the king and endorse the morality of Tigra's cause. Meanwhile, Tigra was going from land to land in search of potential allies.
Mashus informed me of your situation, at least the basics of it. And to be perfectly frank with you, when I first heard the request was coming from you, I declined. Though you may be in the right, there was no way you could defeat Duke Thenardier.
But Lord Augur,
There was?
Tigra. Or should I say Count Vorn. Now you not only have Mashus, but also the very distinguished and powerful army of Jekted enlisted among your allies. With them on your side, you could stand against either Duke Thenardier or Duke Ganelon.
So will you join us?
You're well on your way toward becoming a formidable power, right up there with Thenardier and Ganelon. While they swear allegiance to the royal family, they refuse to stay in their rightful place beneath them. Other people have noticed too. I'm not the only one.
The mansion of Kikimora?
It's a villa just past the Vosius Mountains.
Oh, good, you made it. Here, drink up. I've got the king's permission for the time being. However, there are a couple of problem areas. For starters, if I come to obtain the land of Alsace, then I'll be required to offer all of it to my kingdom.
By offer it? You mean they'll just seize it? It's my homeland.
Of course, that would only be if it becomes her territory first.
This war is just now getting started. We still have plenty of ways to change things up. But there's another issue. The king said this to me right before I left. Be sure that you always put the interests of Shikted first, and act prudently in everything that you do.
What's wrong with that?
You really don't get it, do you?
That order is specifically troubling for us. He emphasized that we prioritize one thing: national interests. It paves the way for other nobles who might have ties to someone like Duke Thenardier. They could say that a win for the Duke would be in Jikted's interest. That could give cover for them taking part in this current war as well.
Do you think someone could interpret it that way?
That's the reason he used those words, to allow for that interpretation. You see, the king doesn't care which side is victorious, as long as he stands to benefit from the war either way. Do you see now? A caretaker?
I'll go check.
Despite all that, it's highly unlikely the lower aristocracy will make the first move. Because sitting firmly at the top of our hierarchy is the king, of course, with the 7 war maidens right below him. Then the rest of the nobility. Since those lords are beneath us, none of them has the power to challenge a war maiden directly. The problem is...
The other ones? The war maidens?
Not all the other war maidens are on our side, but they're not enemies either. For now, there's just one we need to worry about.
Who's that?
Oh, she's so annoying. She's always harping on about good manners or character. And on top of all that, she looks just like a shriveled blueberry.
Hey, who are you calling shriveled, jerk?
Lim, why on earth would you let this walking windbag in here?
I couldn't very well turn away a war maiden, now could I?
She's one.
One of the esteemed war maidens of Jikted, mistress of the piercing point of smiting, Ludmila Lori.
Nice to meet you. I'm Tigra Vermit Vorn.
Tigra, this little girl is not a guest. There's no reason for titles and handshakes.
Looks like I was right to check in just in case. I came because I needed to see you. Yes, you, Count Tigra Vermit Vorn. But this isn't the right place. Let's talk somewhere else. Hey, why are you two following us?
You said you wanted to go somewhere else, right? Well, we're on our way to Rodnik now, and Tigra's with us. But you're free to tag along.
So what did you want to talk to me about?
Duke Thenardier has many allies both inside and outside of his kingdom. And that includes myself. You don't stand a chance against him.
A trap?
We're boxed in.
Looks like we've got assassins.
There.
Yes, if they were mere bandits, they would have shown themselves by now. So the question is, which one of us are they after?
You don't mean...
No. I was the one who chose to take this road. But Tigra would make a prime target now for someone. If he were to die here, I'm sure that Thenardier and his people would be dancing for joy. And of course it would mean driving me out of Brune as well.
I find that scenario unpleasant for several reasons. Here they come!
Serious.
still live. Once I suck out the poison, she'll be okay.
Tigra!
Lavius. Shirozem Kafa. Are you done giving first aid? For things to get this out of hand, and all because of one royal subject. Eleonora, you're a failure as a war maiden. I'll go find a doctor. I'll meet you in Rodnik.
Wait, hold on. I thank you for everything. It's okay.
You seem like you're recovering well from the snake bite.
Indeed. It's thanks to everyone's quick thinking.
Of course. Ludmila's help getting rid of the assassins is rather confusing, though. As for Tigra, seeing him spring into action like that and suck out the poison to save you was inspirational.
Yeah, I guess.
I feel bad that instead of immediately helping, I just stood there stunned like a statue. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, my lady.
Well, since he saved your life, I've decided to give Tigra a reward.
Can you please cover yourself? For modesty's sake.
Do you feel the need to be modest when a dog or a cat sees you naked? Judging by your rather flaccid demeanor, I'm assuming you're not here to ravage me either.
It was an accident. It's my fault for not thinking that someone else might already be using this bath.
Are you sure there's nothing else you want to say?
I'm sorry and I won't do it again.
So how was it? Your bath?
Now don't tell me you set that up.
Huh? Set what up? What's wrong? Does Lady Ludmila of the Proud House of Lori not believe in eating wheat gruel from street vendors?
Of course I don't. I have no appetite for it. The whole scene is beneath a war maiden's dignity.
Oh, really? Ooh, this looks tasty.
She's such a child.
Nodded me. I'm not exaggerating. Oh, you're really missing out, Mila.
Would you like a serving, Lady Ludmila? I'm trying to apologize again for earlier.
With that? Well, I'll accept the gesture at least. I'm pretty sure who was to blame for the mix-up anyway, so... You know, it's not terrible.
See, I thought you'd like it.
Tigra, what are you doing?
I could ask the same thing of you.
I don't like you giving that shriveled blueberry of a war maiden any special attention.
Shut up and kiss her! Just kiss her, fool! Count Tigra Vermidvorn. You're a good-hearted man. It's too bad that's all you are, like a dog forever at Eleonora's command. I've lost interest in you.
That's your big assessment of him. That's a laugh. Let me translate what you're really saying. I'm a teeny little war maiden who can't see all the things Lord Tigra's actually good for. How sad.
You're pathetic.
Listen, when you get back to Light Merits, the first thing you do is strengthen the border patrol.
You really think the lady would attack?
Just as Ellen predicted, Lady Ludmila immediately began massing her army on the border of Light Merits. With this mobilization, Ellen found herself at a strategic disadvantage, sandwiched between the forces of Duke Thenardier and a fellow war maiden. Such was Thenardier's hope that the mere presence of Ludmila's army would hamstring Ellen's movements and thus keep her forces in check.
Unlike his dimwit son Zion, Duke Felix Thenardier is a competent tactician.
Are you going to fight Ludmila?
I think that's exactly what she wants me to do.
Interesting.
On her own, Lady Ludmila has little to gain from waging war against another war maiden.
But these moves allow her to strengthen the alliance between Thenardier and her Principality of Olmutz. Tigra, you decide what's next.
What, me?
You can take the future into your own hands and strike against Ludmila, or send troops to Alsace and prepare a defense against Thenardier and Ganelon. I'm leaving it to you.
Let's strike. I have to take an active role in this fight.
As you say.
But we need to make sure we protect Viscount Augur, too, now that we're allies. And let's send an envoy to Ludmila first.
Right.
Unfortunately for Tigra, Ludmila promptly rejected the envoy he sent. The forces from Light Merits now advance, while the army from Olmutz braces itself for battle.
Scouts report Lady Eleonora is heading this way, into defeat at my own hands.
My lady, are you sure you want to battle the Wind Princess?
An understanding between the House of Lori and the House of Thenardier has persisted for over 80 years. I will not let it fall apart on my watch. Like my Lavius here, I also carry an ancient pride. Eleonora does not.
The Tatra Mountains stand to the east, overlooking the frozen Flatland Plains. Here, amid the cold and falling snow, the first round of battle began between the two war maidens. Battlefield momentum ebbed and flowed for hours, before day one ultimately ended in stalemate, and the two armies withdrew to lick their wounds.
So, what do you think of Ludmila's men?
It doesn't matter how hard you hit them, they get right back up.
I agree. Mila has always been strong on defense. The best of all the war maidens, which is doubly funny because she can be so damn aggressive in person.
Thankfully, I don't recall seeing her fighting in the front lines all that much today.
Well, I'd like to keep it that way.
When all's said and done, she can't beat me in a pitched battle. In the morning, I'll stand at the head of our army, and then I will crush her myself.
Lady Eleonora, what is your current record in one-on-one combat against the lady from Olmutz?
I'm up 2-1.
Yes, but I've heard Ludmila say she has the exact same record against you.
How can that be?
As near as I can tell, one of their duels was a draw. But ever since, both of them have claimed it as one of their wins against the other.
You two just don't get along, do you?
Olmutz and Light Merits not getting along might as well be an ancient tradition.
How do you mean?
War maidens from the House of Lori, like Mila's mother and grandmother, they're always hostile.
Mother and grandmother? Are war maidens dynastic?
Not quite. We're chosen by a Dragon Gear weapon. give you the rest of the history lesson later. In the present, we've got a battle to win.
It's like the Olmut's army was never even here. I believe they've withdrawn into the Tatra Mountains.
She tricked us!
Wait, you think this was a ploy? That Ludmila was planning this move from the beginning?
She wasn't trying to destroy us during yesterday's battle. She was just feeling us out.
High atop the Tatra Mountains is a citadel, with only one way in. Any attacking force will quickly find itself surrounded by well-entrenched defensive fortifications.
Looks like she wants us to lay siege.
The way's frozen over. She did it with her lobbyists to deny us a good position. It's more effective than any moat. I've heard my ancestors also had considerable difficulty with this place. Oh well, I won't let that stop me.
The Light Merit's army surged forward to the citadel, but the Olmut's forces gave no ground. Elend's men had no choice but to fall back. Once more, the day ended in stalemate.
How many times must I say this? It's a bad idea.
The way this offensive is going, the battle will never end. And if her soldiers don't kill my men, the cold will. So I'll use Arifal's power to fly behind their camp and wipe out Ludmila's whole rotten army.
Lord Tigra, please try to talk her out of this. Her plan's too reckless.
Tigra, whose prisoner of war are you?
I'm yours, my lady.
That's exactly right, which means you should always trust my instincts, obey my orders, and pray for my safety in battle. You understand?
Listen. I hold you in very high regard. I know I've asked you a lot by deciding to meet her in battle. My people are in your debt. So the last thing I'd want is for you to go on a suicide mission.
Oh, really?
That's right.
Are you sure, Tigra? You really truly care that much about me?
Yes, I really do.
I'm your favorite? What's that? What were you just thinking about?
My homeland.
Your heart really does belong to that little province, doesn't it? Well, that's okay. Because after all, both you and Alsace now belong to me.
If you want to get technical...
By the way, if you would have answered my question with the name of another woman, well, let's just say that Arifal here has been known to separate heads from their bodies. So mentioning Alsace was the best way to stay on my good side. Smart man.
So are you still going through with your plan?
Give me a better one, and I'll follow it without complaint.
I have an idea, but I'll need another favor. In.
Here you go.
A bearskin?
Hey, I heard a story once about a village where the men wore animal skins when they hunted. Just give it a try. It might even save your life.
Hey, it's heavy.
Looks good.
Huh?
I didn't say anything.
Are you sure he'll be okay wearing just that thing?
Oh, I'll be fine. And I promise, I will find another path for us to that citadel. I still have water, but I need to find food.
Take it that's your arrow?
Lady, aren't you cold dressed like that?
I'm well adapted to this climate. I think I'll be fine. You walked a long way to get to this spot, didn't you? How many paces away did you shoot this animal? There's no way you're that good of a shot. Don't lie to me, commoner. I'm sorry, sir. I guess I shouldn't have doubted that you're skilled with a bow.
She can actually be quite nice.
You can take that off now. We're inside where it's warm. As long as you're in my presence, the biting cold and snow shouldn't be a problem for you.
According to the laws of my village, I'm not to remove this suit while on the hunt in the mountains.
Well then, that's too bad. Tell me your name.
It's Urs. Are you a war maiden, my lady?
Yes, I am. And you don't seem that surprised by it either. Well, I don't mind. Thanks to your great skill with the bow and arrow, I'll look past your blunt manners. I have an idea. You should come and serve in my court, Urs. Like I was getting at, a man with your talent is rare. You could make a good living.
I came to the Tatra Mountains from a distant land. I won't turn my back on my home for any amount of riches.
I see. That's too bad.
Besides, aren't you worried I might be a spy?
That's a weird thing for you to bring up now. You can relax. I believe a great bow hunter like yourself could make it this far, but a common soldier or spy doesn't have a chance. I know. Go on, try it.
It's good.
Glad you like it. Tea's the best, isn't it? Warms the body and the soul.
She's smiling? I didn't know she was capable of that.
What's the matter, Urs? Tell me.
It's nothing. Now tell me, why's a war maiden out alone up here?
Looking for fun. It sounds weird to say that out loud.
If there's something you want to say, I'm a very good listener. Whatever you need to get off your chest. It's like the old fable about the frustrated man who yells into a tree hollow.
You know, I never expected to meet a bear up here, let alone one as nice as you. When I was chosen to be a war maiden, I thought I was ready to shoulder all of its responsibilities. But for the good of my country, that means being bound by old ties to people I hate. So in the name of tradition, I told myself I had to bury my true feelings. And I thought that I was right, but now I'm not so sure. Goodbye and safe hunting, Urs! I won't forget you! And if you ever feel like visiting me, you're welcome any time at the palace in Olmutz.
This isn't good. Once the sun goes down, I won't be able to follow her tracks anymore. I found it. The alternate route to the Citadel.
All right, men. Almost there.
Her guard detail in the rear is light. If we could just get in there, even 100 of us.
This is more than I expected. Maybe she grew cautious after meeting a stranger in a bear suit.
So what are we supposed to do? Turn back?
No. If we give up now, we're doing exactly what the enemy wants. We have to assume that while we're up here, Thenardier may be closing in on Alsace. I'm taking down this citadel tonight.
Ellen, wait!
Dragon who brings victory be with us this night!
to turn you into a pincushion.
There's no other way in, or have you forgotten that?
It's no use. Now they know we're here.
We have to keep trying. There's no time, not for you or for Alsace.
Let me think. There has to be a move left. Think. Arifal!
What?
Please, Arifal, lend me your strength. I know that Ellen is the only master to whom you answer. There is no physical or spiritual connection between us. Just this once, lend me your strength.
Two-timer.
All right, here we go.
The citadel at the top of the Tatra Mountains has been breached. The next round in the battle between war maidens begins.
barging in here uninvited.
I've been looking for you.
Is the militia all right?
Yes, I left her in charge of the main contingent.
I see. So have you come to stage another graceless display? Is that your plan?
No, actually, I came here to thank you for earlier. I do appreciate what you did back there. Though since I'm here, I'd like to offer you the gift of defeat. I hope you'll accept it with open arms.
I must decline.
That's too bad.
Nice try, Eleonora, but you can't run from this. Freeze through even the skies. Shield and cover!
Mow her down, Arundel! Lay in! always looking down on people, Mila. How's it feel to have someone looking down on you for a change?
You sure have a smart mouth.
Run her through! Claudius! Slice her to pieces, Aurifax!
My god, this is how two war maidens fight.
Lady War Maiden, we're here!
Stay back! This is my fight, and it'll be over soon.
Got that right. Let's finish this.
Here I come!
She said stay back! Seresh?
Tigra!
That man. Ursus.
Which one was he after?
Why'd you choose to save me, Urs? Given your skilled mastery of the bow, you could have let the Seresh kill me, and easily taken him out afterwards, correct?
Consider it a thank you.
For what?
That tea you gave me was pretty good. And I'm not just saying that because you're a war maiden. I've never known anyone to brew it better.
All right, Count Thorn. Tea aside, just what is it that you want from me?
All I ask of you is that you remain neutral.
You don't want me as an ally?
No, I do. Of course. But I have nothing to offer you in return. You'd only stand to lose.
Well, what do you hope to gain through all of this?
Alsace alone is already too much for me. As long as it's peaceful there, I'll be happy.
Wow. You really mean that, don't you?
Of course.
Listen, Count Vorn. Sincerity may be important, but still, it can't solve everything. However, for once, I'm actually going to trust my feelings on this.
Huh?
Let it be known that in the current Brunish civil war, I will not be providing Duke Thénardier with any assistance. Will that do?
Yes, and thank you.
As promised, Ludmila committed to a position of neutrality. She even pledged reparation for all losses resulting from their warfare.
That's all well and good, Tia.
And so Ellen no longer has to worry about her own land and can concentrate fully on the war with Thénardier.
Out, Pipsqueak.
You watch your mouth.
However, as though predicting this development, Thénardier plotted his next move. Armed with a royal decree from the king, he sends a secret weapon into battle.
That's him! He's coming for us!
You filthy Sachstein rats! See, you've yet to learn your lesson and have come to blemish my great homeland again!
Dear God of War, grant us protection! Protection!
Brune's mightiest Black Knight, Roland, wielder of the invincible sword Durandal. Once he assumed command of the Order of Navarre, Brune's western border grew impenetrable.
What do you have there, Roland? An order from His Majesty to put down the insurgent. The insurgent? And who is that? The Count of Alsace, Tigre Vermidvorn.
A month had passed since the battle with Olmütz concluded, and Tigre, together with a Shikted force of 5,000 knights, returned to Brunish territory.
If you hadn't managed to get Olmütz to back down like you did, then the security of my land would have been beyond my control. Sir Tigre Vermid, how can I ever repay you for this?
There's no need. We're allies, aren't we?
What about my soldiers? They may be rough, but what they lack in refinement, they make up for in number. Please, put them to good use.
I will, sir. Thank you.
Tigre Tigre began moving his army to the west end of Territoire. He was establishing a base of operation in the region closest to Nemetacum, which was under the control of Duke Thenardier.
All right, Lim, let's hear you say it.
The silver meteor. Do I have to do this?
Tita.
The Silver Meteor Storm.
See that? The name just rolls right off her tongue, like it fills her with pride. So why can't you get on board with the official name of our new army, Lim?
Because a silly name like that will do nothing to boost morale. We can't call ourselves that on the battlefield.
Well, the usual options are taken. The Allied Army or the Union Army. And we can't use our name since no one can agree whose would go first. So we're the Silver Meteor Storm, and it's great. Right, Tigra?
Are you seriously not going to say something, Lord Tigra? This is your army. Stand up for yourself.
A little help, Tita?
What do you expect me to do about it?
Lord Tigra! I apologize for interrupting this important meeting. But, sir, another fight's broken out.
Again? What is it this time?
The thing is, I'm not entirely sure.
I'll be right back, okay?
You should be getting used to this by now, so hurry up and get back here.
I'll warm up your dinner again.
It's fine. Your food always tastes good to me, Tita, even when it gets cold.
It's calm enough on the surface, but throwing together this many soldiers from all over is bound to cause some friction.
It's been a while since Lord Marshus left for Nice. We haven't received any word from him. I hope he's been able to deliver Lord Tigra's petition to King Farron without incident.
I love Lord Marshus. I pray nothing bad has happened to him.
Hey! I would have joined this army if I knew I'd fight side by side with you, weasels!
Bastard!
Break it up! You want some of this? Come and get it!
You're gonna be sorry when I pound your face in!
Knock it off!
That's enough! What's the reason for all of this?
You mean they were fighting over the shape of a cloud? Well, that's a new one.
Some from Jicted, some from Brune. We're a pretty mixed up hodgepodge of an army. There's bound to be bickering.
I just hope next time you'll shoot off another one of those arrows.
This is Sarnier. It's in the center of all the villages in this region. As a result, it's the heart of both commerce and gossip for everyone around.
There seem to be a lot of outsiders here, too.
Then hopefully we can glean at least a little information about the capital.
It's because of you, Lord Augur, that we're all here. Food or water, anything that we villagers can do to help your cause, we gladly will.
That's very kind of you.
Thank you so much. And of course, we're going to pay you for everything.
You finished much sooner than I expected you would.
It all went very smoothly.
Although I wish we could have gotten some news about the capital, too.
I know, that is a bit of a shame.
So what's next on the schedule?
Well, I think I'll be heading back to my estate now.
Well, let me see you off.
Nonsense, young lord. I simply won't hear it. This village is a rare treat. Enjoy it before you have to leave. See, look. There are all sorts of shops here to amuse a youngster like you. Ooh, look at that.
I'll tell you what, if I'm going to relax anywhere, it'll be here. What the? Hey, aren't you? You're Ellen's pet. It's Looney, right? Hey, wait a second!
There you are, Looney. Don't you fly away from me.
Oh my goodness. I hope that I didn't hurt you.
Who are you?
Sophie? You have any luck finding Looney yet? Yes, I sure did. Oh. You see, Looney's right up there. Very pleased to meet you, Lord Tigra Vermid. I'm one of the 7 War Maidens, Sophia Obertas. But please feel free to call me Sophie.
And you can just call me Tigra. I'm sorry about our awkward encounter earlier.
Well, that was my first time ever being held by a gentleman, which is why I was startled. I was brought here to this land to deal with some official business. His Majesty grows impatient with the increasingly inexcusable conduct of Brune in this war, so the king sent me here to act as his diplomatic envoy.
So, Lady Sophia, might I inquire what response you received from the royal palace in Brune? Were they reasonable or not?
To be perfectly frank, the reception was less than ideal.
Meaning what?
When I arrived at the palace, I was informed the King of Brune had unfortunately fallen ill, so I was unable to meet with him. All I could do was leave word of our formal position.
And what might that be?
You made them aware that I had merely been hired by Tigra, and that the Kingdom of Jicted was in no way involved with our effort? That's right. And the Brunish Royal Court asked me to bring a message to you, Ellen, so that you could deliver it to Lord Tigra.
To me?
We do hereby accuse Count Vorn of the crime of treason, and as such strip him of his title and all rights and privileges that come with being a count and Brunish nobleman. Temporarily, the province of Alsace will be considered under His Majesty's control. They will briefly govern themselves until this turmoil subsides, at which time a magistrate will be dispatched from the royal capital.
Accused of treason?
I believe, Lord Tigra, that in time, a messenger will come to you directly from the palace with more information. But until that day, perhaps you should ask Lord Mashas for details. He'll be more helpful to you than I.
Lord Mashas?
What a small world. How do you know Lord Mashas?
We met back in the Brunish capital. He told me he had to return to his own territory first, so I came here alone.
Thank goodness! Lord Mashas is all right. I was so worried.
Calling me a traitor.
Where do the other war maidens stand? Well, Mila's her usual self, indeed. As for Elizaveta, she maintains conventional ties with both Duke Thenardier and Duke Ganelon. Valentina's principality is far enough removed from Brune that she shouldn't be a concern for now. And Olga's whereabouts are unknown. She's missing? She went on a journey with nothing but her dragon gear. I imagine Sasha is ill as usual. For now, I think it's safe to say the other war maidens won't intervene the way Mila did. At the moment, I'm much more concerned about how Brunishmen will react to Lord Tigra now that he's been branded a traitor. Brunishmen? Yes. For instance, I'm thinking of regiments that serve directly under Brune's king.
It seems the Order of Navarre is fast approaching us. Roland, the Order's captain, is leading the march himself. He bears the title of Black Knight. They say he's the greatest swordsman in all of Brune.
Oh, right, Roland. Even I've heard of him before.
Wow. If Backwoods Tigra knows about this knight, he must really be something.
At 13, Roland became a knight, and ever since then, he's been undefeated. When he was assigned to the Order of Navarre, the king bestowed upon Roland the sword Durandal, a national treasure.
But royal knights swear their allegiance to His Majesty. So we'll only take orders from King Farron.
I may as well send a messenger to try to reach out.
Despite this overture, the Order of Navarre's will to fight remained unwavering. The messengers sent by Viscount Augur, as well as one sent by Tigra, were both turned away.
Gentlemen, I was under the impression that the enemy was Duke Thenardier or Duke Ganelon. So why does a knightly order now come at us with swords drawn?
And it doesn't matter how closely they're working in concert with us. There's simply no justification for deferring to a foreign army instead of fighting with our fellow Brunishmen.
That's foolish. You'd rather rely on the Order of Navarre than throw our lot in with the Jicted army?
You know the barbarity of Thenardier, and Ganelon's lawlessness. These aren't issues that sprang up yesterday. Where have these knights been all this time? They've done nothing to stop this madness.
You're not wrong, but that's because the knights are sworn to operate only under direct orders from the king.
Well, we'll fight. All of us will. We'll stand up for ourselves.
I have to side with the young lord on this. That's what we're doing here. What this is all about. And if the knights will not aid us, we will call for Jicted. Justice is due.
The Silver Meteor Storm took position in the center of the Orange Plains. Across from them, the Order of Navarre assumed a spear wall formation.
Exterminate all enemies of the crown! Follow behind my sword and charge!
Lim, you're in command now!
It's been a while since anyone withstood my sword. And what do they call you?
I am one of the 7 war maidens. Eleonora Viltaria.
In all of Sarstein and all of Osvar, I've never encountered a warrior like this. Is it possible that a girl such as her could... My name is Roland, captain of the Order of Navarre. Listen, War Maiden. I do not know your reason for being here, but I won't stand for interlopers. You've entered Brune without permission. Withdraw immediately.
No, you fool! Stop! Dragon art. But can I against a human?
Ellen! You fool. Not at this distance. Take it! You can't hide. He was aiming for.
You really saved me back there. Bet you stunned the hell out of him with that shot. Tigra? Tigra! Sophie! Just leave this to me. They're all yours! That's quite an army. Now gather before me, O shining surge, Balverna! Now gather before me, O shining surge, Balverna!
And what might this be? Some sort of unbreachable barrier, right? I can only assume this wall of light is an enchantment.
And what if I tell you it is, sir?
I'll be impressed. That said, not even magic can stop me and Durandal.
What? That knight's a danger to us? believe that was long enough. Mirishem!
You were only fighting me to buy time for your friends.
Hang in there. It's not much farther, Tigra. We're almost there.
Captain Roland, sir! Soldiers are charging our rear guard. It's an ambush.
Numbers?
About 300, sir.
I am Marcius Roldan, Count of On. I pledge these swords to noble Count Vaughn.
Abandon all efforts. We need to concentrate on reforming our ranks.
Yes, sir.
You're telling me I can't have an audience with the king?
I'm sorry, Sir Roland, but His Majesty has fallen very ill. Please understand.
This situation is hard for us, too.
The best thing we can do now is give the king less to worry about. If you would kill the traitor Vaughn and his army from Shakted that have expanded through Brune, it would ease his mind greatly.
We would deal with Vaughn ourselves, but we have our hands full with Sastein and Esvar, who are threatening our borders. His Majesty is counting on you to strike down that cursed defector.
They are far from trustworthy. I must end this immediately and return to the king's side.
Thank you, Lord Marcius. Because of your reinforcements, the enemy gave up their pursuit.
Never mind that. How is Tigra holding up?
Not well. His fever hasn't broken.
Hold on, Lord Tigra.
Pardon my abruptness, Lord Marcius. Can you tell us what happened in the capital? We're dying to know.
Despite my efforts, I wasn't granted audience with the king. Finally, I grew tired of the polite excuses and barged my way into the palace. The Dukes Thénardier and Ganelon have all but seized it for themselves. It was a terrible sight. Fortunately, I have an ally in the court.
If I do this for you, it can't be official. I'm acting not as the Brunish Prime Minister, but as your friend.
Baudouin, I know it's a grave risk taking me to his private chambers. Are you sure?
What you're about to learn, you must guard carefully. The people cannot know.
What on earth is that sound?
His Majesty is playing with building blocks.
Building blocks?
I pity the old king. I wonder if it's grief over losing his only son.
According to Baudouin, only a handful of people know about His Majesty's condition.
I assume the Dukes know too, since they're taking advantage of it every way they can.
Baudouin holds the country together by a thread, so he has to be careful. But he believes if Tigra has justification for bringing in foreign soldiers, the king could be swayed eventually.
If we show Lord Tigra had no ill will, he can gain the royal court's forgiveness, as soon as the king is recovered. But of course, there's no way we could get that in writing now.
Without that royal decree, there's little hope of convincing Roland to call off his knights. The Dukes have made him think he's fighting for the king.
I still have questions. Like, how'd you come to meet Sophie?
Oh, that's right. We haven't gotten to that part of the story, have we, my lady?
No. But you should tell it, Lord Marcius. It'll sound better coming from you. As a lady, there are some things I like to talk about and some things that I do not.
It happened after I left Baudouin and was on my way out of Nice, when right there in the streets of the capital I was surrounded by assassins.
Oh dear.
Were they Duke Thénardier's men? Or Ganelon's?
A good question indeed. But in any case, the one who rescued me from my peril was the beautiful and talented Lady Sophia here.
Lord Tigra is fine. Rest assured, he'll be back on his feet soon.
Who were those two men?
Just a couple of soldiers worried about the young master. They wanted to know how he was doing.
Soldiers from Alsace?
No, they're part of Viscount Augur's reinforcements. Apparently, there's quite a bit of talk around camp about how Sir Roland landed a blow against the young master.
I see. Why don't you get some air? It would probably do you some good, and I'd like to have a few minutes alone with Tigra. Relax, I just need to tell him something.
Very well, my lady. Please, if anything happens, just call out and I'll come running. I'll be right outside the tent.
You have my word.
Thanks.
Don't worry, Tita. I'm sure the young master favors you.
Tigra. I know you're sleeping now, so you probably can't even hear me. But just feel my heart beating against your hand. I'll let that do the talking for me. I want you to sense my heart beating and know you're still alive and surrounded by people who care. I want you to know how I feel. I'll take charge of your soldiers as long as I need to. I'll defend all those who wish to fight. I swear it. After all, you belong to me now. The wind is picking up, isn't it? I wonder if it's going to rain. It's looking that way. Do you plan to use your dragon art tomorrow? Even though he's just a mortal man? Yes, I do. I think I'll assist you by doing the same. Hold on, Sophie. You're here as a diplomatic envoy. You can't do that, can you? You've made me so determined I don't care about the rules. To be honest, my interest in Count Tigra Vermidvorn has been sparked quite deeply. Easy there, girl. Don't make me fight you. Tigra's mine.
No. Although his territory's near the border, it seems he had no association with Shikted until now. Doesn't make sense. A man doesn't develop that sort of ambition overnight. And there's something else. We've received reports. Duke Thénardier has dispatched a sizable force to Alsace while Count Vorin has been away. And you're certain that information's good? I did hear it from several sources. What do we do, Roland? We'll proceed as we planned. You sure about that? There's a Jekted army inside our borders. For me, that's enough.
Tita. All right. Sir Roland, he cut me. How can I fight Sir Roland? How can I protect them?
Lord Tigra, you're up.
Young master.
Are you sure you're all right?
Tita, I'm sorry.
You're sorry for what, Lord Tigra? Didn't I tell you I'd stay at your side wherever you needed to go?
Tell me, Black Bow, where are you taking me?
Leaving their wounded soldiers on the other side of the river, the Silver Media Storm Army crosses over and takes up a position facing south during the night. Facing them, the Order of Navarre assumes a 3-squad crescent formation. The first squad will chip away at the enemy's advance guard, while the second charges their flank. The third squad will swing around wide and hit the enemy from the rear as they move to pursue their attackers. These maneuvers create multiple simultaneous attacks. By repeating these strikes, the enemy will be annihilated. Such is the winning strategy of Brune's prestigious Royal Order of Knights.
Squad number 1, attack!
What is this place?
I think it's a temple of Tyr Nava. She's a powerful goddess who rules over night, darkness, and death.
Darkness and death. Are you here, Tyr Nava? Are you the one who spoke to me? Did you bring me here?
You are not here because I called you, mortal. You are here because your spirit cries out to quell your enemy. You brought yourself. Power in battle is what you seek, is it not? You waste precious time. While you are safe in this temple, your allies fight and die. I see. So you don't want it.
If I tell you what you want to hear, will it make a difference to my friends?
Have you changed your mind? All right, I will give you greater power, all that you need. If you can convince me you have the resolve it takes to wield it.
Resolve?
I want you to shoot this girl.
What?
What will you do to achieve what you want? If you can make the bow bend to your conviction, then I will give you great power.
And what if I don't shoot Tita? What happens to her? Will you return her to me?
That is a good question, mortal. What will this goddess do when she sees what you value the most?
All right, fine. You want resolve? I'll show you.
Being divine, I more or less know what you're planning to do. But are you sure that's a good idea? If your skill as a marksman, or your control over the bow's power, falters by even a fraction, this little girl will be blown to pieces.
I already know that, so shut up! More. I'm shooting this arrow, Tina, but I swear, on everything you mean to me, I won't let you die.
You willed the bow's magic to destroy the arrow right before it pierced the girl's heart. You're woefully immature in all other areas, but when it comes to your heart, you just barely pass. My body, I couldn't.
It's going to be all right. You're all right.
I look forward to the day when you make the power I've bestowed upon you your own.
What did she mean by that?
Unbeknownst to the Royal Knights, the Silver Media Storm have stacked sandbags along the river, diverting water into the field of battle.
If we time it correctly, then we can trap their horsemen. Then we'll bring archers over the hill and attack.
It's hard to believe, but it actually seems to have worked.
Trying to draw me away from the main force. Fine with me. Another unnatural technique. Your sorcery won't prevail against the blade of Durandal!
Shining spray, now run before me! Ozirasu! Motown Arendal! Lay out! Did you kill him? Don't know.
I am a Black Knight!
He cut through it.
Your powers are fearsome, and your determination impresses me even more. But that's still not enough to beat me! How can his aim be true from that distance?
Tigra.
Lady War Maidens, a moment, if you please. Tell me, Count Vorn, why did you invite the Jekted to step foot on Brunish soil? Is it true you're only defending your province of Alsace? Do you swear on your house?
I swear it. Thenardier was coming for my land, so I made a deal to protect my people.
Our objective now is to make Thenardier pay for his assault. Once we beat him and receive the compensation due to us, we'll lay down our swords and return to our land. Why don't you fight with us and help rid your country of that boil?
I cannot accept your offer. We are His Majesty's Royal Knights. We do not turn a blind eye to invaders, no matter what they claim. Now meet the full weight of my sword.
Now he's using both hands. Tigra, are you bleeding again?
There's no time to be wounded.
Don't you even think of dying on me. You're mine, remember?
I will defeat you, Sir Roland. Try! To protect my people, I must!
I am a Black Knight, the bearer of His Majesty's sword. I am Roland! Only an honorable man would give his life to protect his people. No, Tigra Vermit Vorm is a traitor. But who induced him to become one? Stop it, it doesn't matter. I carry the prized sword of the king. He's entrusted me to protect his realm, and I will. I must protect!
He's still standing. Roland took that arrow head on, and somehow he's still on his feet.
You've defeated me. I can't raise my arms. I couldn't shake my doubts. And now I cannot win. I surrender.
Tigra!
The Order of Navarre has lost nearly half of its royal and vaunted knights in the fighting, and with Sir Roland's surrender, the battle draws to a close. Finally, with the realm's greatest swordsman defeated, the Silver Meteor Storm hopes it can now settle matters with Thenardier.
Hey, watch it! Be careful with our weapons!
I'm sorry, sir.
I'm going to need your signature on this. The Navarre Knights will be buried on the west side, with the Silver Meteor Storm's fallen interred on the east side of the hill.
That sounds fine. You can do whatever you want with their effects.
Oh, thank you.
armor is from the Order of Navarre, so it'll fetch a good price.
Yes. Don't worry, I'll put it all to good use. But you're sure you won't fight alongside the Silver Meteor Storm?
We can't leave the western border unguarded for too long. It's time for us to return. I wish the Silver Meteor Storm luck.
I'll go to the capital. I'll arrange an audience for you with His Majesty.
You can't! Lord Maja's almost got himself killed!
As a Knight of Brune, I must try to make things right.
I admire your resolve.
Speaking of which, what's keeping Ellen?
Not sure. A messenger from Legnica just showed up.
I see.
I'll come back.
I have to return to Jicted for a bit. There's a good friend of mine, a war maiden, in fact, that I'm indebted to. Alexandra Alshavin. But I call her Sasha for short. Legnica, which Sasha governs, is facing attack from another war maiden, and I'm obligated to come to her defense.
Obligated?
We swore an oath to protect each other, so whenever either of us is in danger, the other one will drop everything, no matter what, and come running. Sasha suffers from a serious illness. When I visited her this past summer, she could barely even walk on her own. And yet through it all, her dragon gear is always by her side. And so, I
get it. And while you're away, I'll do whatever I can to help here.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, just as he had promised, Roland made his way to Brune's royal capital of Nice.
I am Roland of the Order of Navarre. I have an urgent matter to discuss with His Majesty. It's imperative that I see him right away.
Please wait in here.
Roland.
Ganelon, what's this about?
You dare to show your face in the capital after failing to vanquish the traitor? Such disgrace is to be roundly punished, not rewarded by an audience with the king. Thousands of bees with venom strong enough to kill even a lion are now filling the room. You're trapped in a prison of bees, Roland. A hellish way to die. Farewell to you, mightiest knight in all the land.
Roland, you shall be a knight among knights.
Your Majesty.
We'll return soon.
Goodbye for now, Lord Tigra. I'm sure we'll meet again.
Thanks for everything. You take care.
Ellen will be back very soon. It's nothing to worry about.
Sending a woman off with a smile. Ah, just one of the perks of being a man.
Why'd you decide to stay behind?
Winters in Brune. They're a lot milder than the winters back home, Lord Tigra. Though with my head exposed to the elements now, a good chill may come about easier.
Got it.
Lady Eleonora left 1,000 Jicted soldiers behind. I sincerely hope our duty shall far exceed your expectations, my lord. We're all quite fond of you.
Roland is dead. Executed.
What the hell? Did you even stop to think?
Sorry, what is this about?
Roland, of course. Why did you kill him?
Oh. Yes, that's Roland for you. He died standing on his feet. Magnificent, even in death.
And what about the western border? Sosstein and Asvar will surely take advantage of this.
Well, not much we can do about him being dead now, is there? The western defense is secure for the time being. A much more pressing concern is our southern border. The army of Nwozenel is rapidly closing in on us both by land and by sea. So the question should be, how safe is your territory?
Why, you...
The Kingdom of Buosanel is the only neighboring nation with a system of slavery in place. They invade other lands without provocation, slaughtering and plundering at will. There is no reason in their choice of targets, and the Kingdom of Brune has always been at a loss for how to deal with them. The invading horde is 20,000 strong. Thenardier's response is to divide his force in two. Leading a contingent of 7,000, he plans to concede the southern province of Agnes and its lands, and lure the invading army deeper into the country where he can defeat them from a superior position. His remaining 13,000 are sent to Nice, ostensibly to protect the capital, but also to contain the actions of Ganelon, who is marshalling troops in the north.
With Ganelon in check and the slavers exhausting themselves in the south, let's see how the boy from Alsace will react.
Invaders. What can I do? Stay here and reinforce our defenses? But then...
I leave Durandal in your charge. Consider this a recognition of your cause as a just one.
My cause is just.
Lord Tigra, may I come in?
Tita? What are you doing here at this hour?
It's morning already. I take it you never went to bed last night?
Guess not. It's delicious, as always.
You're the commanding officer here now, Lord Tigra. That means you really need to be getting more rest.
Well, at least my wound's healed. Thanks to you, of course. Tita.
Yes?
I'm going off on a smaller campaign. You stay here with Bertrand, okay?
But you'll be coming back safe, right?
I promise.
Do we have any hope of winning this one?
I'm not sure.
Come on, if you can't say there's at least a chance of success, then how am I supposed to motivate the rank and file?
We're 2,000. They're 20. If I said we had a shot at winning, who'd believe me?
Well, in my experience, people will believe what they want to believe. So just make us want to.
First off, I'll take a smaller group of men. We'll head to Agnes. They're being slaughtered. If we don't protect them, then who will?
Understood. But speaking of protection, shouldn't we strengthen Territoire's defenses too?
It's a matter of triage. When 20,000 men attack, would they be able to hold?
It might buy us some time. At least until the knights sent by other noblemen can get there. Might be enough to dissuade the enemy from attacking Territoire at all.
But the worst case is also possible.
You mean no reinforcements come, right?
I suppose we are considered traitors to the throne right now. No one could fault them if they chose to stay out of it and let us die.
As such, I need to ask a favor of you both.
Turning from a domestic conflict between noblemen, Tigra leads 1,700 men toward the southeast border to stop a foreign invasion and prevent a national crisis.
Lord Tigra, I beg. Please be safe.
It's not enough to just drive them away. We must free those people. Can I use this bow to do it? No. I still haven't mastered its mysterious power yet.
Shall we take aim?
Not till tomorrow. We're just here to scout.
Yes, of course. So what do you think of Viscount Augur's son, if I may ask?
Oh, Gerard? Good with numbers. He's very precise. In fact, it's thanks to him that I was able to focus on fighting during the battle against Roland.
There's just something about him I don't like. It's as though he's looking down on everyone.
Now. Let's try to play nice. What's that? to be afraid. I'm Tigra Vermid Vorn, from Brune.
Tigra Vermid.
Hey, Ryurik! Come give me a hand!
Each bowman is allotted 56 arrows. I made sure the 12 stones were distributed to each cavalryman, and that the foot soldiers received 5 apiece. However, for a large-scale battle, those won't last long.
We need more.
And there's another problem. Muozinel has captured and enslaved many of our people. If they use them as human shields, we won't be able to attack.
Understood.
The sun will be up soon.
General, enemy forces have arrived. They appear to be a Brunish army.
How many?
Between 100 and 200, all cavalrymen. They're keeping their distance while attacking our left flank with stones and arrows.
Send 3,000 infantrymen to crush them.
But sir, isn't 3,000 a little excessive? Surely 500 would be more than enough.
They are merely a decoy. Hit their main formation.
Yes, sir.
If that's their decoy, the main force should be 2,000.
Under orders from their Supreme Commander Kasim, 3,000 enemy soldiers, a group of bowmen and spearmen, chase after the 200 Brunish troops. Passing through a narrow bottleneck, they come to a dead end. There, the lead Morzanelan soldiers are stunned by what they see.
The main battalion? We can't stop that many mounted soldiers! Forward attack! Retreat! Fall back! Sir, we can't! We'll be pinned against our own rear guard!
I'd say our first battle went surprisingly well.
Gather up any weapons we can still use.
Tigre devised strategy after strategy, concentrating his efforts on tripping up the enemy army and whittling away at their numbers. After repeated sneak attacks, the 20,000 were cut down to 19,000, and soon 18,000. As for Kasim's attempts to counter Tigre...
You cowards of Brune, slithering around like slimy little worms, hiding safely behind your rocks. We aren't going to put up with your sneaky tricks and games forever. If you choose to conceal yourselves, this is what happens. Kill them! Forward march. Forward march!
That day, the Muozinellan army sent out an advance squad of 3,000, with the main unit positioned behind. Kasim had decided that the enemy were few in number, and there was no way that they could fight head-on. However, the Silver Meteor Storm now stood before them with 600 soldiers.
Is that all? I thought they might finally show themselves. Where's their commander?
Perhaps it's that young man in the center who's stepping out into the forefront.
Never. Brunishmen despise archery. There's no way they'd make a bowman their captain. Is this another decoy?
Listen up, you barbarians! You revolting monsters! For the way you slaughter and enslave the innocent, you deserve to die! So make your peace now, before it's too late!
Get within firing range and shoot him. Yet another ambush. Same old tricks. The Shiktet army! It can't be!
Attack now! Everybody charge!
They may have caught us off guard, but it looks like there are only 2,000 of them. Their parlor tricks won't be enough to defeat our advanced squad.
Elsons away. It'll never...
Lord Cassin! Lord Cassin's been shot!
Oh, from where?
Behold, our leader, Count Tigra Vermin IV, has single-handedly taken out their general!
All units follow them! Hunt down and kill every last one!
Well, that was a lot closer than I imagined.
All thanks to their recklessness. That's why he put his main force out in front of him.
I bet he never considered that despite their contempt for bows. Somewhere in the Brunish army, there could possibly be an archer with enough skill to hit a target 300 Alsons away.
They're fleeing back to Muozinel.
Ryurik, can you handle the pursuit?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you get here sooner? Why? Tell me why you didn't show yourselves this morning when I'm sure you could have. You must have been nearby. If only you'd come out then, well then I wouldn't have had to lose her. But you didn't. That's not our...
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Thank you so much for saving us. And also for avenging my father who was killed this morning. I'm sorry, but I don't think that what that man said before was wrong. But still, even so, I wanted to give you my sincere thanks.
No, it is I who should be thanking you.
During this battle, the Muhuzanelan army lost over 3,000 men. Including casualties from the day before, the dead topped 5,000. All told, a quarter of the army had fallen in the land of Agnes.
After the battle, we still have 1,503 men alive. That includes 462 wounded, some more gravely than others. But considering our situation, it's a miraculous outcome.
What about the civilians we rescued?
We'll send them to Territoire and hope defenses hold. There's no other way.
Lord Tigra Vermin. A word.
Just an advance party?
The Muozinelans we captured all said the same thing. That they were only the first wave.
If those were scouts, what about the main force? Their number?
30,000.
So many.
If they join the soldiers who managed to get away from us, then in a matter of a few days, 40,000 will be at our door.
These non-stop battles, they're wearing out the men, and we still have to move those civilians. I thought I prepared for the worst. Even so, we're still not half as far as we should be.
There's not much we can do about falling behind.
Another Muozinellan unit is heading this way. There are 3, maybe 4,000 soldiers.
I guess they want to make their shot count.
Take over here.
Be careful!
At least we've got some good archers with us. Reinforcements? No, I know those flags. They're from Olmans. That's the Snow Princess of the Frozen Ripple. Ludmila Lori.
It's been too long. Did you miss me, Count Tigra Vermin IV?
Flat-chested dwarf!
Illiterate whore!
That's enough, you two. What are are you doing?
It's because she came at me! It's her fault! Not you!
If you want to fight, then I guess I'll just have to fight too. To save time, you can both come at me at once. If either of your blades manage to draw blood, I'll give you a prize. Which is, I know the two of you get to order me around for a day. If you don't want to fight me, you can just make up. Want some more? You should only turn your dragon gear on another person when there's a good reason, and a feud like this isn't one. Now, shake hands and make up. Come on. I really appreciate you making the journey here.
That's our agreement.
And these little fellas, well, they're even happier than I am to see you.
So, let's start off with the most important stuff. The woman who's marched an army into your land without any reason or warning.
Elizaveta Fomina, Flash Princess of the Thunderswirl.
What could possibly motivate her to do this?
I'll explain, but I need you to stay calm. It was the middle of last summer. Elizaveta and I were campaigning together, fighting a pirate band that was raiding the coast. And just as we finished up, she accused me of not being fair. According to her, my soldiers funneled the pirates toward her lines, so they had to bear the full brunt.
Is there any truth to that?
I read the reports, but I can't say either way. I haven't been able to talk to her because she abruptly stopped writing me in the fall. And that's when Lady Elizaveta mobilized her men against you?
She was just looking for any excuse to invade.
Being ill, you'd think these little ones would find me unworthy of being a war maiden and choose someone else. Then I wouldn't have to turn to you now, or even be in this situation at all, but they don't agree.
Well, I think it's a beautiful thing.
War maidens are chosen by their dragon gear. And because of this, my problem is now yours.
Stop worrying about it, Sasha. I'm happy to be here. It's no problem. I'll drive that scheming Elizaveta out of Legnica and let you get back to recuperating.
That reminds me. From what I hear, you've been on some interesting military adventures lately. In one of Sophie's letters, she mentioned something about you even going to Brune?
Yes, there's a young count in all kinds of trouble. I couldn't abandon him to the Dukes there, so I'm lending him a hand.
Seems like it's more you who's been lent a hand by him.
Oh, please, Lim, don't act like you're above it all. I have vivid memories of him saving your life with his mouth, right on your breast.
Sounds like you've both really taken to this Brunish noble.
He's a fascinating fellow. If you get to talk to him, you'll like him right away, too. Sasha, I have to bring him here sometime to say hello, and I might even let you borrow him. For a little bit.
Well, then. That all sounds like a lot of fun. I'll make sure I hold on a little longer.
Juktid army? I've been hearing through our spy network that a minor nobleman in Brune formed an alliance with the Juktid army. They've committed several thousand soldiers, but why? What does Juktid have to gain from allying with such a lesser partner? Listen up! Send an envoy to this girl. If the War Maiden is as beautiful as her reputation holds, then give her my full support.
Sir.
If she's more man than woman, tell the envoy he's welcome to return empty-handed.
That's your first demerit.
What?
Your greeting began with you saying, "Thank you for saving us." It's not smart to assume generosity. For all you know, I might demand compensation for the help.
And what should I make of you giving me this tea before I said a word?
I make tea for everyone I parley with, even those I hate. This way, if talks go badly, I have something to throw in their faces.
All right, Ludmila, what are you doing here?
Why do you think I'm here? Do you want me? I'm asking if you want me and the 4,000 men under me to be your allies.
Of course.
Second demerit. I know you're hard up, but you're coming across too desperate and it gives away your bad position. And I will not enter into an alliance with a fool.
Please help me, Ludmila. I don't have anything of worth to offer you right now. But if you can wait until the war's over, I promise I'll come up with something.
Lift up your head, Tigra. I wonder what's a better description. Are you honest out of moral conviction, or because you're a fool? Either way, you pass the test.
So you are helping me?
The negotiation is only just starting. First up, show me what my help is worth to you. In the battle at the Tatra Mountains, you guys were able to destroy the ancient citadel's rear gateway, right? The fact is, that gate had a very unique and very clever design. It got its structural strength from 3 plates of iron, with each plate having oak planks between them. Even Arifal couldn't knock down that gate. It was you who did it. Did she tell you to keep quiet? You know, I once bought into the idea that you were different. As straight and true with your words as you are with your arrows, and I want to believe that once again. So tell the truth. So this is it? I expected something more sophisticated for the shots you make.
Hey, come on, that's a cherished family heirloom. Don't go bad-mouthing it in front of me.
Why don't you use this bow to crush the invaders? It seems to be as powerful as a war maiden's weapon.
I'm not sure what it's capable of, or if I can control it. Sometimes I black out from it. So I use its power only as a last resort.
Then you won't be using it much at all in these battles. The Supreme Commander can't black out while fighting an army of 40,000. You'll lose before you can even wake up.
I'm sorry. That's how it is.
Don't worry. I'm sure there will be plenty of other opportunities to see your powers in action. I'll leave my fighting terms with your bookkeepers, but since I know you have nothing right now, you can think of my services as a loan.
So, she's on board?
Yes, we made a deal.
We just might survive.
Maybe.
Now, how do you manage to pull all this off, Count Thorn? You don't have any riches or real political power, and yet starting with Eleonora Viltaria, you've won them over one after the other.
The secret is virtue.
Well, since you're feeling so virtuous, can I ask you to meet with one other person tonight?
Hello? My men are worried that you're not feeling well. You have to try eating something. Be careful, it's still really hot. Why don't I try some first? Oh, that's good.
My lord, can I please have your bowl of soup?
I guess. This was supposed to be my dinner, though.
It's so warm and tasty.
What's your name?
Regin.
Nice to meet you, Regin. That's a lot shorter than my name.
Count Tigra Vermid, right?
You can just call me Tigra for short. It's easier.
Tigra.
I feel better now that you've eaten something. So, have a good night, Regin.
My lord, wait.
What is it?
There's a favor I must ask of you.
Though my eyes may be of different colors, the view they see is unchanged.
My lady! The scouts have returned. They report a force of 3,000 to the south.
Their banner?
They have 2. Paired swords on a yellow field and a silver flash on black.
Why, hello, Ellen.
The United Forces of Legnica and Light Meritz, commanded by Lady Eleonora, and the army of Libus, led by Lady Elizaveta, confront each other in Borislow, the northeast region of Legnica.
I want you to protect Ellen for me. After all this time, it's probably not something I even need to ask, but I wanted to say it out loud anyway, so you know how serious this is. I fear Ellen may have chosen a path that proves even more dangerous than usual. There are sure to be those who disagree with her. They will try to stand in her way and plot against her. And Then, it won't be her trusty Arifal that protects her. It will be people. But how? You have stood by Ellen's side for a long time, Lim. First as mercenaries and when she became a war maiden, so asking you to do this seems like the most natural course. Please protect Ellen, Lim.
I will protect her with everything I have.
Forward, men! No time for talk, huh? Follow me, men! I'm coming, Eleonora! No, Lim! Elizabetta is mine to fight! You lead the men! Be careful, my lady! Now I realize how I've missed you, Ellen. I don't remember ever giving you permission to call me by that name. Late Admiral! Don't be so petty. I wouldn't be mad if you called me Liza. Ellen! Just a warning, Ellen. The more you resist me now, the more it'll hurt later. Don't threaten me. It won't end well for you. Compared to the fighting in Brune, this is pretty easy going. Listener! Soldiers of Lendika! Avenge your homeland against the invaders from Lehman!
The best thing I can do to protect my lady is to win this battle as quickly as possible.
Much to turn you from cocky to terrified, does it? Don't be so quick to think you've won this fight. Mow down air and all! Lane Admiral! Fierce balls! Leveling heaven and earth! Grand Latriga! Looks like we're evenly matched. You managed to push me back. Perhaps you can beat me after all. I'm glad that arrogant head can still be rational. Don't you have more urgent things to do than trade blows and insults with me, Ellen? While you've been off on your little military adventure, the armies of Dukes Thenardier and Ganelon have been mobilizing. Until recently, they had been keeping each other in check, but Duke Ganelon's moving out his men as we speak. There's one thing I don't know, however. Who is the military target they're moving against? Duke Ganelon? Don't tell me you've... Oh, one other thing. Muozinel is taking advantage of events and invading Brune with an army numbering almost 40,000. So once again, I'd say you shouldn't waste your precious time worrying about me. If you want my head, you're welcome to keep up this sideshow. But know this, even if I'm dead, my soldiers aren't going to just lie down and surrender. You don't trust a word I'm saying. Very well, how about this? We exchange a written pledge. Are you serious? Yes, a pledge to withdraw troops and begin formal negotiations regarding the pirates. How about the first term be that you and I agree to a non-aggression pact with each other for 1 year? I want to add one condition. And what might that be? Say you're sorry to Sasha. I'll spare you from having to grovel. But I do want a sincere, honest apology. Very well, as you wish.
And with that, the Battle of Borislow comes to an end. Both armies withdraw to lay the groundwork for a new peace. And with the Legnican army helping to speed their journey, the next morning sees Ellen and her forces leave for Light Merits.
Don't do anything rash, Tigra. We're coming.
Just one battle. We will defeat the Wozenellen invasion force in just one battle.
You think we can?
It's not about whether or not we can. We have to.
Sounds like Ellen.
Another demerit. I know we've been at this for a while and you're tired, but you're responsible for thousands of men. Listen during war councils.
Sorry.
All right, let's go over it again. Your soldiers probably only have the strength to manage one more battle. It's not that I'm blaming them. I just hope this isn't too reckless.
Well, we are used to taking risks, as long as you think it can work.
It's the best move we have, just like when you fought against the army of 20,000. When you're outnumbered, wear down their strength by attacking their supplies, or kill their commander. In this case, hitting their provisions won't work. They'd wipe us out before we even got close to their supply train.
Seems to me that you're describing a job for Sir Tigra Vermin's bow.
Perhaps, but this enemy commander has real talent.
Wait, you've heard of him before?
Yes, his name is Shahin Balamir. He also goes by the nickname Barbaros, and he is the brother of the Wozenellen king.
So he's famous.
Must be, judging by how she talks about him.
Oh, for crying out loud, Tigra. Hasn't Eleonora been teaching you anything about statecraft and politics?
I guess not.
I believe it happened 10 years ago. Basically, Sashstein built a navy of 1,000 ships to invade Wozenel. When this force entered Wozenellen waters, he beat them with just 200 ships.
He won?
Overwhelmingly. All of the survivors trembled at the very thought of him, and so, out of respect and fear, dubbed him Redbeard. It's Barbarossa in the Sashstein language, but when translated back to Wozenellen, this became shortened to simply Barbaros. This is the enemy commander we must do battle with and defeat. So listen closely, because we will win where others have lost.
I see. It just might work, but you're right to call it reckless.
Losing your nerve?
Tell me, why are you sticking out your neck this far?
It's simple. Because I'm confident you're capable of repaying a loan this great. And I hope the way you pull it all off leaves me feeling very satisfied. Good luck, Tigra.
Following their scouting party's reconnaissance, the main Wozenellen force marches straight down the Agnes Royal Road. The 40,000-man army is divided into 7 divisions, which maintain a set distance between each other as they advance. By doing so, they have the flexibility to handle ambushes and flanking attacks. This is an innovation originally devised by Redbeard Couraise.
Let me think about this. Whether they be an army of Jukted soldiers or Brunishmen, how will they reveal themselves? Still haven't appeared, have they?
There is some news, my lord. The envoy we sent to Jukted has returned.
Good. I've been waiting for this.
My lord, they asked that I deliver their message orally. I shall now recite it. The reason we have marched here from our homeland in Jukted is because a Brunish nobleman has asked for our support in his civil war.
And?
This, in contrast to your army, which has moved into Brune unlawfully.
What?
We would take no pleasure in going to war against you. But if you continue to threaten our Brunish ally, we will have no choice but to retaliate.
Right.
Without further incident, turn around and return from whence you came.
Yeah.
And that's all.
In other words, leave if you know what's good for you and you won't get a sword through your gut. Thank you for remembering that long-winded ramble. You may go.
Yes, sire.
As much as it pains me to admit it, the War Maiden's accusations are correct. Wozenel has no legal right under any treaty or agreement to move into Brunish land. For all intents and purposes, I am clearly the aggressor at the head of an invading army. Ha! However morally correct the Brunish perspective, the Jukted still have no right to point their fingers.
Sire, there are 2 low hills directly west of the road in front of us. The enemy's taken up position behind the nearer of the 2.
To the northwest, we've also discovered a commoner camp of 2,000 former slaves they liberated from Kassim.
The people of Wozenel will lose all respect for us if we turn away after being threatened by a war maiden. All right then, Ludmila Lori. We're staying here. Let's see which army it is that conquers Brune.
Don't worry, we'll win. We must.
Snow starts to fall sometime late in the morning. Once it stops, the battle, which will be known as the Ormea Campaign, will turn a perfect field of white to red.
How does the hill look?
There are 4 banners. I saw a beard, a Zenitra, a half-moon flag, and a spear flag.
The hill is covered with barricades and trenches. There are rows of spears. It looks like a small fortress. When our troops get too close, they're showered with rocks and arrows.
Have any of them been injured?
No, fortunately. For the most part, they missed.
All right. Good work. What about that other small hill? The one farther away?
It's blanketed in snow, completely white. If the enemy were there, surely we'd see some sign.
We're approaching the freed slaves. Move fast. Recapture those wretches and hold them as hostages. Let's see how you respond to that. War Maiden?
The Ormea campaign is about to commence with a multi-pronged attack from the enemy army. Besieging the hilltop stronghold are the battle-hardened soldiers of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Divisions. The remaining 5th and 6th Divisions, along with the 7th, which is the main force, chase the civilian refugees fleeing up the road. However, hiding on the hill that was thought to be unoccupied are the Silver Meteor Storm and the Olmec army who leap into action.
Come on! Fire! Fire!
Do it now!
Okay.
Hey, not too shabby.
Here, catch!
Honestly, aren't you afraid?
If you think I should be, then guard me.
So they were hiding on that unfortified hill? Ludmila Lori has a renowned reputation for defensive warfare. We just played right into her hands, didn't we?
Our allies have launched their attack! Now, let's go join them!
The slaves who were fleeing have turned around and taken up arms.
What? Well then, will the gods of war be slaying the mischievous dragons and horses? Or are we the ones who will be trampled by hooves and claws?
The men that Corres believes to be slaves are actually Silver Meteor Storm and Olmec soldiers in disguise. With Tigra's squadron, they attacked the enemy's 5th Division. Meanwhile, the real refugees are safely hidden within the hilltop fortress.
But we've been through so much already.
We're stuck here eating rotten food and sleeping on the ground outside. What more do you want from us?
I realize your hardships, but please, right now we have to dig deep. This is something I need you to do. It's going to help us save more people just like you.
But sir, I'm with the Count on this one. We can't fight them ourselves. If we went head to head, then they would crush us in no time. However, if we go along with Lord Tigra's plan, we can survive, and even better, get some revenge.
We'll protect you with everything we have. Let's all honor the courage they've shown us!
The 5th Division's been wiped out. Now their main battalion's fending off the 6th and closing in on the 7th.
That can't be!
Impossible!
Send a message to the 4th Division. Have them let the 1st through 3rd Divisions besiege the hill. The 4th will join us immediately to serve as reinforcements.
Yes, sire!
We'll crowd them as much as they crowd us. And keep it up till they're exhausted.
Mila and Tigra's groups close in on the 7th Division. As it retreats, the Silver Meteor Storm and Olmec's armies follow hard to make sure they don't escape. But then the 6th Division suddenly changes direction and chases after Tigra's squadron.
Move our flying column to intercept! That should buy us enough time to shoot Corres!
The flying column moves into position. However,
we're at the breaking point.
having decimated the flying column, the 6th Division closes in on Tigra and Mila.
There's just one thing left to do.
Yes, well played, Ludmila Lori. I'm impressed. Fearlessly coming after me like a battle-hardened general would. In fact, War Maiden, you may have even come close to separating my head from my body.
Corres deploys the 6th and 7th Divisions to either side of Tigra and Mila's forces, attempting to box them in. He then flees to the rear, putting as much distance as possible between himself and Tigra's bow. There, Corres is truly untouchable.
I want you to go and bring Shuk-Ted's vaunted War Maiden before me. You know, she's supposed to be of a rank just below their king. We can't subject her to the shame of captivity. We'll treat her like an honored guest and give her a warm welcome. Very warm.
I'll go find more. Thank you. Ludmila, I'll do what I can to hold them off here. You go.
Forget it! Just because they have a few more soldiers than we do, you think I'm gonna quit? I have my pride as a war maiden! The pride of my mother, grandmother, and all of the other war maidens, those considered heirs and wielders of Labius.
Well, while you may have your pride, I've still got my medal.
Metal?
Yeah. It's what I inherited from my father, and the long line of great Vorns before him. That's why I fight.
All right, then. We'll both stay here and fight. Together, okay? I'll watch your back and you can watch mine.
Reinforcements?
Full speed ahead! Drive away those Mosinellan bastards!
A band of knights from the north? What are they doing getting entangled in our fight?
They appear to be enemy reinforcements.
Now, is that so?
Is Count Vorn here? I need to meet with Count Vorn!
Hey!
My name is Emil, and under the behest of my Count Marshals, I rushed here along with the 1,500 knights of the Order of Persh. We are at your service and ask that you allow us to fight by your side.
Forgive me for not dismounting. I am Shay, along with the Order of Lutece Knights. We are here at the request of Viscount Hughes Augur. We now place ourselves under your command.
I am August, head of the Order of Calvados. I bring my 2,000 men to assist you in your noble cause as well, Count Vorn.
Sir August. Now then, let's go crush all the Mosinellans! Good hunting! Thanks, you men.
Do you remember me, Lord Tigra?
There's no way I could ever forget you.
Having once served the House of Vorn loyally, I was deeply troubled that due to my position as a knight I couldn't help you. But then I received a letter from Sir Roland and Sir Olivier of Navarre singing your praises.
Roland?
He described how you fight for Brune, and especially for its people. And he told me I should hasten to join you. So when Lord Marshus informed me of what was happening here, it was time. That goes for the orders of Persh and Lutece as well.
Thank you, Sir August.
Lord Tigra, you've become quite a fine man, just like Lord Urs. To battle.
Are you done talking?
All done.
Thanks to those guys, I was able to relax. How about you? Do you need to catch your breath?
Nah, I can still draw my bow.
Count Vorn!
Knightly orders? With 5,000 more men? Ha! So be it. Even with their 5,000, we still have the advantage here. The reinforcing 4th Division will join my 7th to launch an attack on these newcomers' flank. That leaves the 6th Division to focus on their current fight.
Yes, sire.
Like fighting a beast that charges quickly with powerful jaws. The trick to slaying them is to never face them head on. Our enemy's original army is already exhausted. I'm going to crush them, right alongside the knightly orders.
3,000 more are coming from the northwest.
There's more? It never stops.
Defend our homeland from these barbarians!
The 6th Division's been stopped in their tracks by the new arrivals. They're gaining momentum.
My scouts swept this whole area and never saw signs of these knights. Where are these waves of reinforcements coming from? Is this the War Maiden's gift? To rally supporters to a cause? It's not over, not by a long shot. Our objective remains to conquer southern Brune, and we won't rest until we do. Order all our forces to retreat immediately!
Corres orders all of his men to fall back and merge together. All told, the number of the day's dead tops 6,000.
Between the advance party and our main force, we've lost over 30% of our men. Oh well, no sense weeping.
Corres has been awaiting specific intelligence. A report is due to arrive that will determine his course of action moving forward.
Our fleet, which was attacking Brune's southern harbor, has been defeated by Duke Thenardier's ships.
I see. So this means, with my remaining 30,000 plus men, I must defeat the army we've been fighting, and defeat Duke Thenardier's fleet, and secure the Southlands and keep control of the port town of Agnes? It's all just too much. We're withdrawing. Withdrawing? I won't be caught holding the short end of the stick on this. As long as this failure doesn't rest solely on my shoulders, I'll be vindicated and can hold my head high. Is that clear?
Yes, sire.
Now, how to do that? Let's see. I could inflate the reputation of the other side's commander, Tigre Vermont Vorn. I can lay it on extra thick when recounting tales of his brilliance. Enough so that all of his enemies are filled with envy. Yes, indeed. I know exactly what I'll say. Although the Black Knight Roland may be dead now, his valor lives on and is surpassed by Vorn. Through this marvelous man, the majesty of Brune survives. Yes, that should help me save face. It's settled.
We sincerely express our respect for an honorably waged battle, your ability to unite noblemen and knights, and your heroism in defending your people. We can't forget your unparalleled skill with the bow, or the uncanny way your arrow would soar over the battlefield to its target. Why, it's like something out of the
Corres sends an envoy who effusively lauds Tigre, bestowing upon him the designation of Silverash, a man able to shoot even meteors. It is a stunning victory for the Silver Meteor Storm.
Did we really win?
The Morzanellans are in full retreat. It's not a trap, Tigre. Accept it, we won. Okay. Hey, wait! What are you doing? Looks like all that fighting has finally caught up to you. You really did demonstrate your mettle back there. It was rather charming, Tigre.
Lord Tigre, your next meeting is in... Have a good night, Count Vorn.
Wake up, Tigre, I'm back! Great job, I'm proud of you!
Well, back sooner than expected. Hey, Eleonora.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Why, whatever do you mean?
Alan?
Hey, hurry up and finish all your fancy number crunching, will you, Brunishman?
If you're unable to count, then you could at least do twice the physical labor to make up for it. Sound fair, Jukted?
Here you go, love. Thank you so much.
Tita, rest. Go and see the young master.
I already dropped in on him. It looked like he had his hands pretty full with so many visitors there. So that's why I'm here, doing whatever I can to help.
Nice of you.
It's nothing. Lord Tigre's helped these people so much. Just look at them.
It seems the young master is becoming a great man, isn't he?
Yes!
How can I make it up? I feel bad that I was gone so long.
Don't worry. There's nothing you could have done.
Yes, it's no time for regret. More and more banners are joining Tigre's cause, and that's as crucial a victory as the battle itself. it was Tigra and Rowan. The tenacity of the living combined with the endorsement of the dead are what motivated these men to lift their swords and rally. All I did was help facilitate.
I must admit that when I first met him, I thought he was just a helpless, happy-go-lucky kid. But now at this point...
At this point, Tigra has assumed the role of a third major power in Brune.
Makes me wonder what his next move will be.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Thanks for all your help.
Tigra, come back to my camp with me. I'll make you some more of that delicious tea you love to relieve your fatigue.
Just who do you think you are calling him Tigra?
Tigra, we're so close now, you should start calling me Mila.
Mila?
Oh, what a pity. I'm afraid Tigra has to have a word with me right now. Let's go.
Says the woman who wasn't by his side when it mattered most. What could you possibly have to say to Lord Tigra now?
Don't act noble. I know you waited for the perfect moment to swoop in and extort him for as much as you could.
Hey, hypocrite, it's not like you're offering your services for free either.
The difference is I've never tried to jack up my prices. Poorly endowed opportunist.
Why, you...
Lady Ludmila, we need your guidance on a supply management issue.
All right, damn it! I'll be right there!
Yes, ma'am.
Look, thanks for the invitation, Mila. But if it's okay with you, maybe I can take a rain check for another time? This is nice.
You think?
How's your friend? Is she okay?
Oh, she's fine. It's you I'm worried about. Getting seduced so easily and letting your eyes wander like that. Kidding, of course. I guess Ludmila did stand up to the Muozen Allen army, and she did it for you. You turned out to be every bit the man I thought you'd be.
Ellen. I led so many of your men to death.
Look at me, Tigra. Now lie down. If you think back on this campaign, you don't regret any of the fighting you've done, do you?
No, I don't.
That's what matters. Now pray to whichever god you believe in on behalf of all those who fought. They gave their lives courageously in service to your cause.
All right, I will.
Thank you.
Had you been awake and done that to me, I would have had you executed. I better be going now, but I'll see you again soon, valiant hero. Lord Tigra, is someone in there with you? I'm coming
mention of Saranil and his knights from the Order of Perish. Tigre and his army beat back the Muuzanel invasion. Now he and his men rest in Fort Perish, a 4-day march from the Orman Plains.
We did fine on our own. You could have just stayed in Jukted. Or did you miss your men that much?
I never knew you cared so much about my feelings. They're quite capable without me. You must be missing Olmutz by now, though, right?
Oh, wow. You really have grown up if it's you who's concerned about me, Eleonora. But missing the battle means your punctuality still needs work.
You're right. I should have been here and I wasn't. Thank you for your help, Ludmila. We won because of you. But now that I'm back, focused and ready to fight, your services are no longer needed. So say goodbye to Tigra and hit the road to Olmutz!
I'm supposed to keep an eye on you. That order comes from King Victor himself. Plus, Tigra's now in debt to me for all my help.
Something's off.
With your hand?
I'm sure he's just tired. The more he wins, the more duties he has as Supreme Commander of the Silver Meteor Army.
Yes, of course.
So, is there a problem? Why did I have to get up?
Right. It's something to do with His Highness Prince Regnus.
Prince Regnus? But I thought he was killed at Dynant.
There are rumors that someone in camp greatly resembles the late prince, and I was curious if you'd seen or heard of this person yourself.
A Regnus look-alike.
Young master, I'm sorry to interrupt. May I come in?
Bertrand, come in.
There's a maiden here named Regin requesting an audience with you, young master.
Right now? I'm glad to see you've gotten healthier.
Thank you. But there's something I need to speak to you about, Count. Are they...
Don't worry, they're my counsel. Go on.
As you wish, Tigra. My real name, well, the name I went by until very recently, was Regnus. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but my full name is Regnus Estelle Loire Bastien de Charles.
Oh my, and I thought your name was Long Count Tigre Vermouth.
Hold on, lady. Do you have any proof?
My Lord Tigre Vermid, about 6 years ago at Vasenna. Do you remember when you visited there?
Yes, Vasenna.
I slipped away on my own from the hunting festival, and I bumped into you who had also run off.
Don't tell anyone, Kay?
That was the first time I'd eaten game killed in front of me. I still remember the taste.
Wow, it's so delicious!
You're him. I mean, Your Highness.
Feeling better, sir?
I'm just embarrassed.
Prince Regnus? Didn't your men kill him on the Dynant Plains?
I guess not. I was told he was dead, but it wasn't by my blade.
Don't be nervous. If you're going to trust me to keep you safe, you can trust Ellen to do the same. After all, I trust her with my own life.
In the confusion of the Jukted night raid, I was attacked by an assassin. Once you fall or go missing in battle, it's easy for people to think you're dead.
Go back. Why were you posing as a boy prince in the first place?
For my safety and that of my mother. In Brune, a queen who only bears girls will find herself scorned by the king and court alike. Also, the likelihood of a princess ascending the throne is quite low.
So you've posed as a boy your whole life? That's a pretty big commitment.
I can't even imagine. I mean, I guess it worked fine when you were young, but what was your plan if you grew big old breasts like Lim here? Tigra, what are we going to do?
Frankly, She might get in the way.
Prince Regnus actually survived the Dynant. After Ganelon and Thenardier tried to have him killed. Suppose we claim that. But then when people find out he's a she, they'll go back to not believing us. Which plays into our enemy's hands.
You're right, we have to be careful. Is there a way to speak to King Farron?
I don't think so.
What's wrong?
His mind is gone.
So, Princess, what made you choose to reveal yourself to us? Why are you so trusting in me?
Because your motives are pure. You were branded a traitor and have enemies all around. You had nothing to gain by helping the people of the Brunish Southlands. And yet, you fought desperately on their behalf. And what's more, when I asked for a favor in our previous camp, you didn't take advantage.
Hold on a minute, what favor was this?
I asked if you could help bathe me. There's a favor I must ask of you. Do you mind helping me wash myself? I'm so sore.
That's a pretty dangerous game you played, Your Highness. So if he had tried to take advantage of you, would you have just left camp without ever telling anyone who you are?
Maybe I should have done things differently, but that moment in the tent, I couldn't think of a better way to test your character.
I believe your story. I do. But still, we need proof that you're the daughter of the king, so we can convince the rest of Brune.
I know. Lutetia.
Duke Ganelon's province?
To be exact, its capital, Artesium. Underneath it is a holy grotto which can be accessed through a secret door that only royal family members can open. Baudouin, too. The Prime Minister also knows about the grotto.
Let's go to Artesium.
Thank you for your patience with this task, Your Grace. Since you brought me more than I expected, it was worth the wait. What are these chains? I had them specially made for the occasion. You'll be pleased with the result. They'll be able to tear apart the War Maidens limb from limb. I like that.
Felix Thenardier, you've acquired 5 new dragons, have you? That means the forces I've assembled will be wiped out. And then there's Tigre Vermit Vorn to contend with. Intriguing lad. Things are moving so rapidly now, it's hard to know what to make of it all. The Black Bow has been located, while Sir Roland, the wielder of the sword Durandal, has been eliminated for good. All told, I'd say the progress is quite good. The king is a non-threat. Even if his addled mind does emerge from its swamp, the poison will remain. It's time for me to get moving. Though Vorn will soon come to Artesium to try to prove Princess Regin's true identity, Thenardier is also coming, of course, with his dragons to prevent that very thing. Perfect. I'll leave a parting gift in Artesium for the winner of the Vorn-Thenardier struggle. Maybe set something up underground for them to find. It'll be a fitting end for whichever one is unlucky enough to make it that far.
Ganelon's army is no more.
Yes, but now Vorn's army appears headed towards his capital, Artesium.
There are rumors, Your Grace, that Princess Regin is with the Count as well.
Interesting. The cave shrine is located under Artesium. Dear Regin, I will bury you there with Count Thorn.
Wait, me? An emissary?
It's been 6 months since Eleonora started this war. If there's opportunity to withdraw, she should do so. I'm ordering you to deliver this message, because you've gone to Brune before on my orders. Do you understand, Sophia?
Yes, my king. I humbly accept this appointment. The Juchted emissary to Brune. His Majesty must believe that the end of the war is near.
Well, well, well. If it isn't sweet Sophia Obertus.
Valentina?
It's been a long time indeed, Sophia.
Yeah, you're right about that. What brings you by?
Spending so much time in my own land has left me starved for any information about the wider world. But having said all that, I quickly tire of the pace here in the capital and royal palace. So I'm off.
Burned to the ground? What are you talking about?
Ganelon set fire to his capital before Thénardier could take it. Now he's gone missing.
Is this confirmed?
Yes.
Then what's Thénardier doing?
Reports say that after defeating Ganelon's army, he's continuing slowly north.
Your Highness, none of this news changes our plans. We leave now. We're going to Artesium.
To obtain the proof of Princess Regin's identity, the Silver Meteor Storm marches toward Artesium and encounters Thénardier's army on the Villa Crescens plains. The Silver Meteor Storm numbers 20,000, while Thénardier's army consists of 24,000. While the two central divisions clash, Ellen and Mila work together, leading the Silver Meteor's right flank against Thénardier's left. The War Maidens break through and close in on the 5 dragons.
Finish off my dragons, I want you to surround and crush them at once. I don't care if we have to use 5,000 men.
It's too hard. The fighting quickly reaches a standstill. By noon, both armies retreat.
It's the chains on the dragon. They must be enchanted in some way to counteract our own dragon hearts.
Counteract?
It's like what we saw with the Black Knight Roland's sword, Durandal. There must be a metal or element out there that helps to shield against our magic. Maybe we can't kill them with one blow, but that doesn't mean magic won't work. We'll just have to get a little more creative, won't we?
You're right.
That's that. Mila and I will find a way to stop the dragons, and you take care of Thénardier's army.
Okay.
Don't be so worried, Tigra. You've got 2 war maidens working together. We'll get them this time.
My lord, I think it's time that we talk battle tactics.
4 hours later, the armies face each other on the battlefield once more.
You're saying that's his central division? What could Count Vaughn be thinking?
Surely he has access to better weapons than that, Your Grace. I think this is a trick.
So he wants a messy scrum.
Yes. By appearing weak, they're hoping to draw us into a close-range fight. If they do that, it would be impossible to use our dragons without killing our men.
We continue the attack as planned.
Fall back now! Let's go! Run as fast as you can to the rendezvous point!
Good luck. This is it.
We'll be fine.
You stay safe too.
Lord Mashas, Godspeed.
Now, Lemilicia, keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't do anything rash.
As you wish, sir.
Carry as many as you can. The young master plans to block out the sun with his arrows.
Yes, I know.
After pretending to flee, Tigra's central division rearms themselves, splits in two, and turns and attacks Thenardier's flanks. This leaves the War Maidens alone in the center to confront the dragons, giving the battle lines arrayed on the plain a truly unique form.
Slinks fire at will!
Now soldiers are throwing rocks? Cowards.
Go! Kill them! Silverash! Silverash! Silverash!
Eleonora, now! I got him! So strong.
Ludmila! Winds take me high, so I may fall with great strength.
Using that old tactic again?
It may be old, but it's our best shot to kill this thing. Arifal!
Here goes Shiro San Kappa!
Mow down air and all! Now, lay Atmos!
Had you wanted, you could have killed me too, right then and there.
Now's not the time for your dark humor. With the dragons dead, I think we'll win this battle. In fact, with Tigra out there, I know that we will.
You're right.
Lady Eleonora, are you feeling all right?
I'm fine. Thanks to the first aid, it's barely a scratch now. And with Thenardier's army retreating, there shouldn't be any reason to fight for a while. So I can focus on healing. But never mind me. Lim, am I crazy, or have your breasts gotten even bigger than before?
Why would you say such a thing?
They're quite large.
Those really are tremendous.
You've got to touch him to get the full effect.
Lady Eleonora.
Come on, just let him have a quick stop. What's the harm in it? Look at that cheese. Not quite the same as what we get in Chicted.
In Brune, there are so many different varieties of cheeses that it's widely believed that each individual village makes its own unique kind.
Hey, Tigra.
Lady Eleonora, where's Lord Tigran Vermund?
Looks like he passed out before he could even make it into bed. I hope he didn't catch a cold.
I wish we could allow him to sleep in a bit longer, but sadly that's out of the question.
Yeah, too bad.
Now then, how do we wake him up? It's gonna take more than a kiss on the forehead. When we first met, Lim roused him by shoving a sword in his mouth. But when I wanted to do it, Tita got mad.
You could have impaled him. And then how would he have been able to eat his breakfast?
Wow, he's just not gonna budge at all, is he?
Alright then, how about we try this?
Lady?
Tigra once said that no matter how deep a sleep he was in, if he sensed an animal about to attack, he'd wake up instantly.
Well, sure, that may have been true back during his hunting days. But now, who knows?
What are you planning to do to him?
Good morning, Tigra.
You woke me through bloodlust?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but don't worry, I'll never try that again.
Thanks, I would really appreciate it if you didn't.
This is quite a spread, huh?
It all looks pretty good.
It does. The nearby villages sent us all kinds of food.
They're offering it up now before it can be confiscated. That's certainly one way to curry favor.
And so you just took it from them?
No, of course not. We paid them for it. Though you know, they may have sold this to us at a fairly steep discount.
Reurik and Gerard were the ones placed in charge of negotiating.
That explains it. So then, what do we do now? Seize the opportunity to completely destroy Thenardier?
We should head to Artesium.
To do what? Help the citizens there? I don't think even we have the goods necessary for that.
No, we're not going into the burned city.
What do you mean?
We go under the city from outside it, to establish Princess Regin's identity.
Good idea. If we're able to prove to people that Princess Regin is indeed royalty, it'll solidify our cause as the righteous one.
Then we can flip things on Thenardier and charge him with treason.
Princess, please tell us how to find and navigate the area that's underneath Artesium.
Well, I've only ever heard about it. I've never actually set foot there myself. Charles Saint-Gras, the Holy Grotto. They say that's where Charles, our nation's founding father, received a divine sign that determined he would be king. The Holy Grotto is where Brune was born. From what I've been told about the Holy Grotto, there are 3 ways to get in. One entrance is in the central district of Artesium. Another can be found in the southeast corner of the capital, in the Temple of Masia, Mother Goddess of the land. And the last one is in the northeast, in the public cemetery.
Looks like the one closest to our current location is likely the Temple of Masia.
Well, then that's where we're headed. Yes, it sounds like you've got it covered. I'm counting on you.
As you wish.
We won't let you down.
What's your problem?
Nothing. What's yours?
Young master.
Yes, what is it?
Would it be all right if I tagged along and escorted you to the temple?
Really? But the battle just barely ended. You must be so exhausted after that.
I feel as strong as an ox.
However, I imagine, young master, that once this war is over, you'll return to Jicted with the War Maiden, correct?
Yes.
I'm already so old. I think you know, young master. Wherever you go in Brune, or beyond, even if you went to the ends of the earth, I would follow you. But my body can't keep this up forever. So for however long this war may last, I'd like to remain by your side as much as I possibly can.
Yes, all right. But in return, promise you'll flee at the first sign of danger.
Oh, I can still run away with the best of them. Well, I should go get ready.
This is just great. Now you've got a princess and an old man to worry about. Which, let's face it, is all the more reason for me to come too. My fate depends on the outcome of this quest as much as yours does. Can you think of any reason why I shouldn't accompany you?
Please, stop and think about your position.
Sheesh. This is hardly how someone of higher standing should act. You should be more self-aware as a war maiden.
Say, Lynn, you think there are even 5 men here who are as strong as me? You know, right now, we're at an extremely critical crossroads with this. What happens as a result of this mission will determine whether or not our cause is seen as beyond reproach. So I'm not going just for fun. We can't risk failure.
If anything goes wrong, your first priority is to save yourself. And second, take care of Princess Regin. Do you understand?
Yeah, I hear you. The temple's a lot smaller than I expected.
Please try to move it carefully.
It's cold down here. This tunnel looks like an escape route.
You're probably right about that. Before Brune even existed, Artesium was a stronghold. All powerful ruling families in the region used it for protection, or so we've been told.
What are these drawings?
They depict the gods engaging in battle with a dragon. According to Brunish mythology, dragons were the only beings capable of doing even the slightest bit of harm to a god.
As someone from Jicted, whose founder legendarily claimed to be the incarnation of a dragon, I must say I have some mixed feelings about that little story.
Well, if it helps you, the gods weren't always fighting with the dragons. They found a way to make peace. 3 goddess pillars were erected in order to placate the dragons. If this is here, then the Holy Grotto is nearby. It has to be.
Do you think so?
I do.
Look who's here. So it's true then. By some miracle, you really are still alive, Prince Regnus. Or should I call you Princess Regin?
Just what are you doing down here? And how much do you know about all of this?
You know I hardly see the point in explaining anything to an individual who's about to die.
Watch out!
Yes, Regin, stay back.
quickly now.
All right, Steed, you're up.
Riurik, think you can hold them?
If that's what you want, then yes.
Good.
Got him.
Your skill is most impressive. One of your allies stands in the line of fire. Your environment is dimly lit. The ceiling is low and your foe advances. Yet despite these conditions, you manage to precisely target my head, shoot an arrow with immense power. I see you clearly deserve the lofty title that's been bestowed upon you, Silver Ash. Stand down now. The only lives I'm interested in are those of Count Vorn and Princess Regin.
Ah, but if we step aside as you suggest, what kind of knights would that make us?
You may have yet to reach the age of 20, but I must admit you are well trained.
Gee, thanks, but a man your age poking around a hole like this, you've got some
Precisely
nerve.
because it is a hole. It makes sense for me to be so confident. Down here!
Hey, what's that sound?
Fall back!
Riurik, get the princess! Hurry up, young master! Get ready, Count Vorn! Your line ends now! This will be your grave.
Tigra! Oh no, Tigra!
Bertrand. Bertrand! Bertrand!
Young master.
Bertrand.
scratch on me. It's thanks to you I'm still alive.
Young Master, your hand feels so warm wrapped around mine. You really do appear to be fine, which means it was worth it for this tired old man here to sacrifice his life so he could save yours.
No, you can't give up yet. You're going back home. Back to Alsace, like you said.
Ah, yes, Alsace. How I miss it. Spring will be coming soon, and with it the return of all the greenery.
Yes, that's right. It'll be spring there soon. So come on.
Oh, Lord Urs. Your laddie, has grown up before my eyes and become a brave and skillful man. It's a tribute to you, Lord Urs. He defends Alsace, the land you left him, and his efforts to keep the peace that fill me as I'm sure they would fill you with such immense pride. Laddie! Look what I brought you, laddie! At the time, regrettably, when dear Lord Urs fell ill, there simply wasn't anything that I could do to save his life. And even though I knew the secession was inevitable and beyond my control, I was worried. Would Lord Ur's young son actually be able to govern Alsace? Was the little laddie up to it? There was Lord Mashas and his territory and all of his duties for the boy to contend with. How could he ever possibly? But then, as it turned out, all my reservations were entirely unwarranted. What? It's because you, laddie. Sorry, I mean young master. You have managed to become a man many times greater than I ever dared to imagine you would be. So much so that I'm embarrassed. I was so worried about you having a father figure in Lord Ur's absence, as if you needed help from an old man like me. In the same way, Lord Ur's concerns about you were equally unfounded. He feared you would focus all your attention only on Alsace. But, young master, as much as you love Alsace, you've also cared for those outside its borders.
Well, yes. I've tried.
I know. There's nothing left to worry about now. I've been blessed with a truly wonderful Lord.
Bertrand!
Young master, take care of Tita.
So what are we going to do when we arrive at Artesium?
Find the spot directly above the Holy Grotto.
What is that?
Hurry! Are you okay? Good grief. You sure know how to worry me. Go get me some rope now! When Bertrand risked his life and crossed over the border to deliver his message to Tigra, that set all of this in motion. Listening to Bertrand led Tigra to rise up.
Pardon me, Count Rodat. If I may speak candidly now, we need him to lead. Will Tigra be ready to command again by tonight?
To be honest, I don't know.
you finally mastered the power of the Black Bow. And you did it all by yourself, without anyone's help. You shot clear through that bedrock that entombed you.
Bertrand. Bertrand.
Hate to intrude. I know you're sad, so I'll get to it. What do you want to do now?
Ask me in the morning.
I worry the longer you take, the less thought you'll actually put into your plan. It'll be perfunctory, something you come up with just to meet a deadline. Listen, it's possible for you to end this whole war right here tonight. Offer the right conditions, and perhaps we can bargain with Thenardier. Alsace will be secure.
What about your goals in this war?
You should know the answer to that by now. I'll get what I want. Yes, that's right. Whatever you decide to do with Thenardier, however we choose to act, what matters to me is fighting battles I can take pride in. That is all.
That's what drives you through all this? Your pride?
Correct. It's the pride I have as a warrior. It's something I always carry with me. There was a time when I was a mercenary. I had no land to go home to, so I wandered the earth from one battle to the next. I assumed all my friends would die eventually. I had nothing else to hold on to. That's why it was so important to keep my pride, the one constant that made me who I am.
Your pride. Well, while you may have your pride, I've still got my medal. It's what I inherited from my father. And the long line of Vords before him. That's why I fight. Medal. That is my constant. Like your pride, metal is what makes me who I am. Tita. You're so strong. I know I scared you. I'm sorry.
Oh, Lord Tigra.
Once this war is over for good, we'll go back home to Alsace and have a proper funeral. Okay? We'll honor Bertrand right.
Yes. Okay.
Old Bertrand, he said he used to worry I loved Alsace so much I'd ignore the greater world. But in the very end, he was relieved that's not true.
Well, on the subject of the greater world, I think it's time you learned the other reason I've been helping you in your Brunish war. And it's not a sentimental reason. It's practical. Political.
All right, I'm listening.
Why did Muozinel attack the Agnes region of Brune in the south? Why did they try to conquer a port town?
So that they could control some routes of trade?
The bigger picture. You see it now? The ties that can bind us, separate from any war.
Binding ties? Trade routes? The Vosges Mountains. If we could build a trade route through the range connecting Alsace with Light Merits, then Light Merits would be...
There's much more to war than fleeting conquests of land and treasure. By opening new roads and exchanging goods and culture, it can grow your land's wealth inexorably and secure its prosperity.
But could Alsace...
It could change, it's true. For the better or for the worse. But that depends on how capable the person governing it is, and whether he takes the broad view of what's happening around him.
You're talking again about the big picture.
How are you doing?
How long have you been standing there?
This dandy of a Brunishman couldn't concentrate on his work, so he kept me from doing my own.
Well, that's only because this Baltic Ted subject is so fidgety I can't focus on my own.
Hey!
Tigra, we've all been waiting for you.
So, think you're ready now?
I appreciate your support, everyone.
Prime Minister of Brune, Pierre Baudouin, humbly at your service. I am relieved to find you safe, Princess Reggie. His Majesty informed me of everything that's happened.
Glad to hear it.
Well, Prime Minister, we meet at last.
When you were a boy, you accompanied your father on a visit to the palace. It has been far too long since we last met, Lord Tigra Vermund.
So, what brings you here, Baudouin?
At long last, King Farron has regained his wits. We've discovered that he'd been repeatedly poisoned by Duke Ganelon.
What?
Lord Tigra Vermund, would you be so kind as to tell me your intentions? Your plans for this war, and for its aftermath.
I will beat Thenardier's army, and kill the Duke.
Then will you try to conquer Brune?
No, I won't. Once Alsace is secure, I will return to Jicted as Eleonora's prisoner.
Hey, hold on. I don't think you need to use terms like prisoner anymore.
That's a good point. To be more respectful, I'll accept you as a foreign guest of honor.
Cram it, rotten blueberry.
No, you cram it!
My lord, are you sure you want to remain a ward of Jicted just to protect Alsace?
I am. But look, there's more to this deal than just me going over there. If it can lead to lasting peace and security for Alsace, I'll be okay with Jicted annexing my homeland, like I originally agreed.
Well then, Prime Minister, what do you think we should do?
Take Her Highness to the royal capital in Nice and hurry. I fear His Majesty doesn't have much time left.
But knowing Duke Thenardier, he'll try to block us from entering the capital, so... The final showdown.
Tigra's assumption is correct, and the two armies clash on the wilds of Meriville.
Don't worry, Your Highness. Our knights hold the right flank, while Riuric and our Jicted allies are in control of the left. And the center is...
It's not that. I'm wondering if it's right that I'm the commander for this battle. Lord Tigra would be much better.
Princess, this battle is to win you entrance to the capital. To secure your claim, you must command.
Yes.
So far, it looks quite clear that we have the upper hand. However...
The movements of Thenardier's army are clumsy today. At first, I thought it might be a trap, but most likely their field commander's death at the Holy Grotto is affecting their performance and morale.
In that case, Duke Thenardier should be leading the charge himself, out there on the battlefield.
Well, clearly he's not, and the result of that absence is obvious.
But what if he's...
just marched on the capital, I might have won this stupid war. I could have barricaded myself in the castle, traded land for time, refit my men. But the window for that strategy has closed.
Why did you do it? What made you decide to attack Alsace?
Because if I controlled Alsace, I could prevent Jekted from interfering in Brune. And that buffer would be assured by turning Alsace into a wasteland, torching the land, killing its people.
That's why you did this?
With good cause. The fact is, you're the one who invited in the Jekted army. And if you hadn't, that miserable troll Ganelon surely would have done so later. After all, he and Jekted have a long history together. But then, so do I.
I can't forgive you for the suffering you caused Alsace, let alone Brune.
Nor can I ever forgive you for killing my son Zion at the Molsheim Plains.
You have mastered the power I've given you, Count Vorn. But if you desire it, you could have so much more.
More power.
Hey. I won't tell you it's wrong to want vengeance, but don't let hate consume you. It's the last thing to use as a weapon.
Laddie! Laddie!
He's here for vengeance too, right?
I'll be back.
Dueling me with but a single arrow?
One shot is all I need. Any more would weaken my mettle.
Your funeral.
Guide my arrow, Eris, goddess of wind.
Losing your nerve, boy! Die, Vorn! Vorn. How?
Tigre defeated Thenardier on his own, the wind became his ally.
You're right, so it did.
And so, the war that began for Tigre on the Dinant Plains came to a victorious close.
The bow has been left in your charge, Count Vorn. You may go ahead and increase your power to any level you desire.
They're due to start boarding in just a moment, Duke Ganelon.
Oh, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Lady Valentina Glinka Estes, I am in your debt, my beauty.
Oh, I'm always glad to help. You know, I forgot. We'll be missing the triumphant homecoming. The one for Count Tigre Vermid Vorn.
Finally look the part, Count Vorn.
Thanks, Princess. Sorry.
Handsome either way.
Yeah. You're pretty too. I mean, thanks. I'm not used to doing stuff like this.
Ordinarily, under these circumstances, I'd be the one sitting next to Tigre.
Right, and the same goes for me.
Well, let her have him. After today, Tigre will be coming to live in Light Maris.
It's more like Tigre will be coming to live somewhere in Jicted.
You can't let anything go, can you?
What, and you can?
He's resting in here. He's already receiving a guest, an envoy from Jicted. This way.
Sophie. Hi, Ellen.
The Prime Minister. He's brought me up to speed. I'm so sorry I failed you, Regin. The Dukes took advantage of me because I lacked the insight needed as both king and father.
No, don't say that.
I was the one given the duty to protect this kingdom, but my absence instead forced it entirely onto you. Count Tigre Vermid Vorn, what are your wishes, young man?
I do have some, Your Majesty.
Tigre suggests 4 basic provisions to the king. In essence, it is a conventional peace treaty, but the Brunish province of Agnes, abandoned during the brief war with Muhuzinel, would be ceded to Jicted. Farron agrees and makes Princess Regin a signatory. By her signing the treaty, it's clear to Jicted, as well as any potential rebel elements in Brune, that Farron recognizes her as the kingdom's next rightful ruler.
Oh, and Count Vorn.
Sire.
There's something I'd like to give you personally as thanks for all you've done. I bestow on you the title of Lumiere, Royal Knight of the Moonlight.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Congratulations, Count Vorn.
And now
Yes,
moonlight?
job well done, Tigre.
Thanks,
Long
all of
live
you.
the Knight of the
Come on,
Moonlight.
show some excitement.
It's bad form in front of the king.
Several days later, King Farron of Brune quietly takes his last breath and dies peacefully.